This is a CBC News special presentation.
Decisions, big ones. They're made right here. Decisions about your future, your finances, your family, that will chart the course for a territory under pressure.
Fuel tax costs a lot of people, and up here you don't have a choice. It's cold.
Decisions to deal with the high cost of living, skyrocketing housing costs,
build more affordable housing,
and a territory on the front lines of climate change. Your vote delayed by an unprecedented emergency.
When I have a minute to stop and somebody asks me how I'm doing, I'm like this.
Tens of thousands fleeing the worst wildfires ever to hit this territory.
We lost 17 years of our life in that house and our memories.
It just moved at an unbelievable pace.
The threat of more disasters to come.
I want to see a government that has plans prior to the emergency.
There's lots to do, and there's more hard times coming.
Tonight, it's all about your decision. Who will lead the Northwest Territories through the next 4 years? They've been campaigning for your vote. Now, the race is over. And we're here to guide you through all of tonight's twists and turns. We're live in 7 languages, bringing you breaking results of your decisions. This is NWT Votes. Good evening, I'm Meghan Roberts.
And I'm Hilary Bird.
Welcome to NWT Votes, live from our studio here in Yellowknife.
We are less than 30 minutes away from finding out how you voted. Polls close at 8 across the territory, so you have just under a half an hour to get out there and cast your vote. And this is important. If you're in line at a polling station when the clock strikes 8, you'll still be able to cast a ballot. Also important, Elections NWT says the polling station in Deda is extending its hours. You have until 8:26 to cast your vote there.
Tonight, we're going to bring you all the breaking results, reaction, and analysis all night long. And if you can't watch us on TV, you can listen to us on CBC Radio 1, watch us on CBC Gem on our CBC North YouTube channel, or on our website, cbc.ca/north. Of course, this election was delayed by wildfires, so candidates have been ramping up to this moment for months, working hard to convince you that they're the best choice for their district, and it all comes down to tonight. We have reporters standing by in locations across the territory. Natalie Pressman and Luke Carroll are in Yellowknife, where races could come down to the wire. And in Inuvik, Des Loreen will cover the action for the Beaufort Delta. Fort Smith, Carla Ulrich got you covered. She'll have live reaction from the South Slave. And here at the station in Yellowknife, Lawrence Nayali is in our People's Hall. Come on down, say hi, our doors are open. Lawrence, what's it looking like out there?
Oh, it's looking great. The weather is calling for people to be here with us tonight. The doors open here at the People's Hall. We have coffee, we have bannock, we have refreshments for the entire night. So come on down, the door's wide open. Merci.
Merci, thank you, Lawrence. Now here in the studio, Hilary will be leading chats with our top-notch political panel. They have a wealth of legislative and political experience to share all night. Hilary?
All right, thanks so much, Meghan. You're right. We do have a top-notch panel. They'll be reacting to the events and the results as they come in, maybe some upsets. Starting here, we have Jackie Jacobson. He is a 3-time member, the current member for Nunakput. He was the former speaker. Jackie, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Meghan.
We also have Jane Groenewegen. She is a 5-time MLA for Hay River. She's also a local business person and was Deputy Premier. Jane, we're happy to have you back.
Thank you for having me again. It's my pleasure.
And we have Garrett Cochran, who is a Yellowknife City Councillor, has worked on a number of different campaigns, and actually ran as MLA at the age of 18. Garrett, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Hilary. When I graduated, my dad offered me a car and I took an election instead. I think it was a better investment in the long run.
We'll have to wait and see. All right, Meghan, there you have it, our top-notch panel. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Also here in studio, we have Leanie Lambrink. She's covering the big issues of this campaign and what tonight's vote means for you. Leanie?
Thanks, Megan. That's right. You've spoken to us throughout this campaign. Some of you just want to be heard. Others have zeroed in, focusing on big issues like climate change, the cost of living. We'll take a look at what matters to you. We'll break it down and bring more light to those big stories throughout the evening.
Thanks so much, Leni. Tonight, we will also have results in your language. We'll be broadcasting results in the official Indigenous languages of the NWT all night. Marlene Grooms, host of Dene Sulane Yati, will have results in Dene Sulane. Dacho Dene host Jimmy Hope will have the latest in Dene Jatier. Harriet Paul will have results in Clichon. Marianne Williams is the host of Lagotide. She'll have results in Satu Gokide. William Firth, host of Nantai, will bring tonight's news in Gwich'in. And the host of Tusavik, Dodi Malagana, will have results in Inuvialuktun. For our French-speaking listeners, for the first time ever, you can get results in your language tonight on CBC. Our colleagues from Radio Canada are here live over the radio and online, giving you a full analysis of the results as they come in. In Yellowknife, you can listen on 97.3 FM, and it's also online at the address below on your screen. If you are following the results online, we have comprehensive coverage. Our social media editor, Carson Asbinson, is here to explain. Carson?
Hey folks, all night we'll be live cbc.ca/north on our website providing the most up-to-date election results. We're also on TikTok. If you haven't checked us out already, we have some stories you might have missed every single week and some fun behind the scenes at CBC North on TikTok. Or if you're like my mom and you want to see just a little bit more of me, then you can head over there. We're also live on YouTube, as we are with all our nightly broadcasts on our YouTube channel. That's CBC North on YouTube. You can head over there if you're on the run tonight. You can tune in from anywhere and you can watch the program. And that's all from me.
All right, thanks so much, Carson. Well, before the results come in, let's take a look at where they're coming from. There are 19 districts in the NWT spread out across a massive amount of land, broken up into 5 regions. Up north in the Beaufort Delta region, there are 4 districts, and that's where you will find Nunakput. It's the northernmost district in the territory, covering the communities of Saxe Harbor, Ulakaktuk, Paulatuk, Tuktiaktuk. Below the Beaufort Delta, there's the Satu. The whole region is just one district with 5 communities: Delaunay, Covey Lake, Fort Good Hope, Tulita, and Norman Wells. Only one MLA represents the entire area. While south of the Satu, the Decho region, the district of Nahende, is found here. It has 6 communities. The largest, Fort Simpson, is home to around 1,200 residents. The smallest is Jean Marie River, where roughly 80 people live. Nahende has 6 candidates, the most of any district tonight. In the North Slave region, there are 8 districts. 7 of them are here in Yellowknife. It's the capital city, and nearly half of the population of the territory lives here. You'll also find the Montfouille district in the North Slave. It covers the Tlichon area. And in the South Slave region, you'll find Hay River. It's the second largest community in the NWT and has 2 districts. The Bacha is also in the South Slave region. It's home to Fort Smith, the territory's most southerly community.
And that is where we will head right now. Carla Ulrich is there. She takes a look at the candidates, their campaigns, and the big issues on the minds of voters.
Thank you, Megan. Well, it's election day and it's looking like Tabacha is going to be a tight race. We've got Frida Martselos, who's been the MLA over the last 4 years. She also has 14 years experience in Indigenous governance with Salt River First Nation. She talked a lot about her successes on the campaign trail. She talked about getting funding for critical services such as healthcare, daycares, and housing. Jay McDonald is running up against her. He really stepped up this year as deputy mayor, and he was also integral during this summer's evacuation and getting critical information to the community. His focus for the campaign is finding solutions to the housing crisis, economic growth, and education. Connie Benwell is the 3rd candidate. She is new to politics, but she also has experience with Indigenous governance, and she's got years of advocacy work. She wants to target healthcare by bringing more specialists to the community and improving medical travel. All 3 candidates have deep roots in the community. They all raised their kids here, and they all had strong platforms when they presented at the candidates forum. So this race could go either way. Megan?
Thank you so much, Carla. And you'll notice that there's a clock in the bottom of your screen that is ticking down to when polls close everywhere except Detta. Keep an eye on that clock. That's when our results will start coming in. Now, 2 of 7 districts in Yellowknife are acclaimed. They won't be getting results tonight, but Luke Carroll has been watching 2 others, Yellowknife Centre and Great Slave. He joins us now live from Tin Can Hill. So, Luke, what are you watching for tonight?
Yeah, so just behind me is Tin Can Hill, and that's in the Great Slave riding. Now, I'm standing here because Tin Can Hill was the proposed location for a future polytechnic university, but it's also a very popular spot for dog walkers and for hikers. And when the proposed location was announced, it was met with a lot of public opposition. So where do candidates stand on this issue? It's a bit split. You have Kate Reid and James Lawrence who say basically there needs to be more discussions, more needs to be done before they can take a stance on a proposed location. But then you have Katrina Knockleby and you have Stacey Arden-Smith who have said outright they oppose Tin Can Hill as the location for a future polytechnic. So when you have those similar opinions, the election outcome could really be determined on the personalities of those running. So Knockleby is the incumbent, and she's had her fair share of controversies while in the legislature, but she's also been recognized as a real advocate and really going to bat for residents and their concerns. So in the other riding I'm going to be watching, that's Yellowknife Centre, and the subject of Tin Can Hill as the proposed polytechnic university was also discussed there. So Ambe Chenemu is one of the candidates there, and he said he opposes the Tin Can Hill location for the polytechnic because he wants it in his own riding, downtown. He says by doing so, this could help address a major issue there, which is downtown revitalization. So he's running against Matt Spence and Robert Hawkins, who is the former Yellowknife Centre MLA, but he's not the incumbent. So those are 2 races I'm going to be watching, Megan.
Okay, thank you so much, Luke. Natalie Pressman is also in Yellowknife. She's keeping an eye on Frame Lake and Range Lake. Natalie, as you know, those are both districts with no incumbent, but that doesn't mean that everyone running is new to politics. Candidates include a former MLA and a former city councillor. So, Natalie, what are you watching for tonight?
Well, Megan, I'm here in Northlands in the Frame Lake riding, and we've been talking about housing and rising costs of living as issues across the territory, and Frame Lake and Range Lake are no exception to that. Across these districts, there's public housing, there's rental units, there's owned homes, and across the board, constituents are saying that there's not enough and that costs are too high. As you said, there's no incumbents, but there is prior political experience with former city councillor Julian Morris, who's running in Frame Lake, and former MLA Kieran Testart in Range Lake. Those 2 candidates have positioned themselves as knowing how government works and, if elected, being able to skip a bit of that learning curve and just get right to work. But that's not to say they don't have competition. In Frame Lake, there's Stuart Ray, Deanna Cornfield, John Stanley, and Spencer Tracy. And in Range Lake, the Premier's former riding, Nicole Sauk and Aaron Reid. Throughout this campaign, we've heard candidates talk about improving business and supporting small businesses. We've heard about recovering from wildfires and preventing future disasters. So there's lots that constituents are looking for in their elected officials. Any way you cut it, there's going to be change in Frame Lake and Range Lake, and we're looking forward to seeing this new leadership of this 20th Assembly. Megan?
Thank you so much, Natalie. In Inuvik, 2 incumbents are asking voters for another term. Des Loreen is on the ground for us there tonight and takes a look at the big issues.
That's right. We've got 2 people looking to keep their seats here tonight. In the Twin Lakes riding, we've got MLA Lisa Semler looking to get reelected. Challenging her is Lenora McLeod. McLeod has a background as she's on the board for Children's First, the local daycare in town. On the east side of Inuvik, in the Boot Lake riding, we have incumbent MLA Diane Archie looking to keep her seat for another term. Challenging her is former Inuvik Mayor Denny Rogers and former nurse Sally Ross. Now, Archie in the last session here held 3 ministerial profiles and ended the term as deputy premier. Now, as for the issues, we are still hearing about wellness center and addictions treatment here in Inuvik. Now, these were issues that were brought up at the last election and definitely something I'll be talking with the winners as they're announced. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Des. Okay, we are just 15 minutes away from most polls closing. We'll have results coming in starting very soon. So, Hilary, it seems like a good time to check in with our panel.
Absolutely, lots to watch for. Let's start with Jackie. If you were to pick one riding tonight that you're watching, you're paying the closest attention to, what would it be?
Nunavut.
Okay, why?
No, just because we're number one. But just we got really two good candidates, facing off in regards to trying to bring their name forward and let their name stand as a MLA elect, and whoever does get it, I think either one's gonna do a really good job, and I have all the faith in the world in either one.
And that's Lucy Captana and Vince Teddy. Vince Teddy, who was your constituency assistant for a number of years.
Yeah, Vince has been working with me for the last 4 years, and good working relationship. Just wish either one the best.
Any predictions?
No.
No? Jane, let's go to you. What riding are you going to be watching tonight?
I'm keeping an eye on my old riding that I used to represent, Hay River South. 3 really strong candidates running in Hay River South, so that's going to be one to be watched tonight. And the Northwest Territory is such a small place that candidates right across the territory are people that we know. So it's a very exciting night to watch how things turn out and who's going to be representing us in the legislature in the 20th Assembly.
But definitely your riding, I think, is one that many people are watching. It's sort of a rematch between Raleigh Schumann and the incumbent Rocky Simpson. And of course, then you throw Vince McKay in there, a very well-known local man. Any predictions tonight?
Oh, I can't predict it, but it's going to be really interesting to see those numbers start coming in.
Yeah, I think that's one that many people are going to be watching. Garrett?
Well, Hilary, I'm going to be watching my home riding of Great Slave and whether or not the controversial incumbent's going to be able to pull off a re-election here and get into the 20th Assembly, or whether or not one of the 3 challengers are going to be able to get in themselves. And of course, I'll be watching Range Lake, not only because it's my aunt's current riding, but whether or not my former boss will be able to make one heck of a comeback.
Okay, and so I'm assuming the controversial incumbent you're talking about is Katrina Knockleby. I think, again, another riding that many people are going to be watching tonight. One that many people can't decide, but do you have some predictions on who you think may take that one?
Oh, it's going to be a tight one, but I think the race is between Kate or Stacey as of now.
Okay, well, there you have it, Meghan. Lots to watch for. Well, of course, we'll have to wait until those results come in.
Thank you so much. Let's head now to the People's Hall. Lawrence is standing by and he has a guest. Lawrence?
Hey, thank you so much for that, Megan. We're going to sit down right next to my good friend, Dean. So, Dean, for this year's election, looking at the broad scope of different issues that are out there, what's the most important thing that matters to you the most for this year's election?
A place for the seniors.
Okay, how come?
Because seniors got nowhere to go.
Okay, and what have you been hearing from your friends in regards to seniors?
They need a place to go, like where they can sit down and have a cup of coffee, piece of pie, or a place where they can play cards or whatever.
Yeah.
We don't have that here in Yonge for them.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, so that is Dean here at the People's Hall. We are open until however long the election goes. If you want to come down, we have coffee, we have tea, we have bannock, and as you can see, we have a wide variety of people that are slowly pouring in. So back to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. Now, there are 3 politicians who are not on pins and needles tonight waiting for results. 3 women are acclaimed. No one ran against them. Incumbent Caitlin Cleveland will represent Yellowknife's Cam Lake for a 2nd term. Cleveland is a professional photographer and was a regular MLA in the last assembly. Caroline Wozniak is also going back for a 2nd term after being acclaimed in Yellowknife South. Wozniak is a lawyer and she was a minister with 3 portfolios: finance, justice, and the status of women. And finally, Jane Whalen Armstrong will be back in the district of Montfouille. She won Montfouille in a by-election in 2021, and she is the first woman to hold the district. Now, those women are returning after a historic election back in 2019. That is when 9 women were voted in, the most ever in the NWT. Leaning after that by-election in 2021, the majority of NWT MLAs were women.
That's right, Megan. When Whalen Armstrong won, it meant that 10 out of 19 MLAs were women, a majority and a first for Canada. I spoke to the 3 of them about the milestone, and they raised some interesting points about representation in the House.
When I won, they did say, yes, we broke the record,
But I wasn't even thinking about that. I just, I was running based on the needs of my constituents. So it wasn't about a gender. Yeah, it wasn't about a gender or anything like that.
The simple fact that it was the first time in Canada in, what was it, in 2022 when Jane won, or 2021? I mean, it's exciting. It's also a bit of surprise that is coming that late. Hoping that we can quickly get to a place where the fact that was so striking as a record is not newsworthy, right? It'd be nice if that was just a run-of-the-mill thing.
When I sat down and kind of started to think about representation and what kind of representation matters, I kind of go down these wormholes about, to me, representation, especially during the conversations we're having, is more along the lines of like, okay, we want business people, we want healthcare workers, we want teachers, we want like the kinds of people. And to me, I don't want to be defined by my gender. I don't want my accomplishments to be defined by my gender. But that being said, I think that representation is important, but I think there's a bigger conversation that goes along with representation that needs to be had.
Do you think the number of women in the House had any effect on the number of women who are continuing to put their names forward?
Maybe because, they're seeing what other women are doing. And I know there were some women that reached out to me too as well. But I know a lot of them, especially in the small communities, I think they're looking for a stronger voice.
We went from such low numbers to suddenly such high numbers two times in a row. That's great. But yeah, what else can we do? What other barriers are there? Because as Caitlin said, there's not a lot of medical professionals running. I think Lisa Semler is a nurse, but I don't know the backgrounds of every single candidate out of the 56, but I don't think there's a lot of medical professionals running. That's an area that needs a lot of attention right now. Where are they, right? And if they're not running, why aren't they running? The greater diversity of people we have, the stronger the ledge is going to be, because we can bring all those different perspectives, whether it's small community, large community, regional centers, different types of employment, different kinds of educational backgrounds, so on and so forth. We're going to have better conversations in there if we actually have all of those parts there together.
I definitely want to have more of these conversations about how to kind of bridge that desire of wanting to run and addressing either barriers or the fears that people have with wanting to put their name forward. And I'm going to be really honest right now. A lot of what is holding people back is how social media has changed politics over the last few years. And I think that as a territory, we need to have a bigger conversation about that.
Social media can be a scary place. I'm thinking of the rant and rave Facebook pages, a popular meme account on Instagram. Cleveland says there were people considering putting their names forward this year, but who decided not to ultimately because of what they've seen on social media.
Wow,
Meghan?
okay. Really good insight there, Leanie. Thank you so much for bringing that to us. Well, we're going to head now to the People's Hall with Lawrence to check out what's going on there.
Thank you so much for that, Meghan. We are here at the People's Hall where we are waiting for the election results. We are open. The doors are open, have been open since 7 p.m. tonight. There's coffee, there's tea, there are refreshments. And of course, as people start trickling in, waiting for the results to come on, we'll be talking about some of the issues that the people here find most important that they want to see being discussed for the next sitting government. So we'll be waiting around here. So why don't you come on down? The door is open and we have tons of things that you can come down and enjoy for tonight. Masti, thank you. Back to you, Meghan.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. Okay, we have just under 6 minutes now until the polls close. Let's head to Hilary and our panel to check in and see what they are thinking about in terms of what we've seen already. Hilary?
All right, thanks so much, Meghan. A lot to unpack, especially in that interview that Leanie did with the 3 acclaimed candidates. Jane, I want to start with you. When I first moved to this territory, you were one of 3 women in the legislature. I think it was Wendy Bezereau and Sandy Lee. And there was talk about implementing a quota system to get more women into the legislature. of course, this year, as we heard, we had the most ever, a first in Canada. Do you think it's changed the way the legislature has set their priorities, the way the legislature runs at all?
I don't know. There was a lot of new people came in, not just women, but they were relatively new with the lack of a lot of experience and a lot of background. Some very competent women came into the 19th Assembly, but I can't really quantify how much it's changed based on the gender of the representatives there. But I just want to say that I really agree with what the three ladies that were acclaimed had to say about the value of having a really diversified group of elected officials so that when you are discussing things, you get so many different perspectives. But it isn't just gender. It's age, it's experience, it's life skills, it's background, it's so many different things. So when I was elected the first time, I was only the 10th woman ever elected in 45 years of elected government in the Northwest Territories. And then last term, that's when the whole thing just absolutely changed and we saw such a high representation of female members, which is great. I mean, there are barriers, but I don't just think that gender should be the biggest issue. And I got asked a lot about that when I was a member. And I'm sure there were and still are probably barriers to women running. But I agree with the ladies. I don't want to be defined by my gender for the work that I did. And I can tell you, I was not elected to the 13th Assembly in 1995 as the 10th woman because of my gender. People did not vote for me because I was a woman. They thought I could get stuff done.
Absolutely. I heard Jackie whisper in your ear during that you led the way for so many. So I just want to recognize that. Moving on to Garrett. Garrett, what do you think?
Well, I think it demonstrated that the people want their representatives to look like the communities they represent. I think it also showed that the North is primarily a progressive and diverse place. One can't deny it was quite the achievement, but I also think at least this assembly demonstrated that it didn't matter the gender. Politicians are politicians, and that's going to attract controversy and at some points disappointment. Maybe we rose our expectations a little too high in the last assembly, or maybe all the crisis that got thrown at us just kind of put us onto a level field. But in the end, I think it was a great achievement for not only the 19th Assembly, but for the territory as a whole.
Definitely put us on the map. Jackie, what do you think about the number of women? Do you think it changed the way the Assembly ran? You're the only one on this panel who actually was a part of that Assembly. What do you have to say?
No, I think that diversification in regards to working together, all members all bring different all skill sets to the table. And I think we had a tough go in this last assembly. We had, the wildfires, we had the floods, we had pandemic, COVID-19. It's been a tough 4 years, and we're pretty tired. And then getting back what Garrett said, being on social media, it's so easy to sit behind a screen and hit send. But when it comes down to it, I mean, we're all human beings. And the thing is, you have to walk a mile in our shoes, but we're only here for the people. Because like I always said, as an MLA, you're 90% listening and 10% doing. So just working better for the people. And I worked with all these ladies that we watched this evening, and they're all good at what they do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. We'll see what comes around this year, if we're going to see the same amount of representation. Maybe we'll see different amount of representation, like Caitlin Cleveland was talking about. People, more in healthcare. We have people, people of different ethnicities, different cultures, new Canadians as well. So lots to watch for, Meghan, this time around. But of course, we'll just have to wait and see as the results start coming in just a couple minutes here, I think.
Yeah, we don't have much longer before the polls close again and everywhere, but Detta, your polls are open a little bit longer, so much to watch for in our elections results special, which is coming up in just over a minute. The next crop of MLAs will face a lot of difficult challenges, as we heard: housing, affordability, climate change, maybe social media. And we are now just moments away from the polls closing. We will find out who those 19 people will be. Over the next few hours, our full team of reporters, analysts, and number crunchers will bring you all the results, the reaction, and what you need to know as the news breaks, and that starts in just under a minute. We're so excited to bring you Northwest Territories Votes.
This is a CBC News special presentation.
Decisions, big ones. They're made right here. Decisions about your future, your finances, your family, that will chart the course for a territory under pressure.
Fuel tax costs a lot of people, and up here you don't have a choice. It's cold.
Decisions to deal with the high cost of living, skyrocketing housing costs,
build more affordable housing,
and a territory on the front lines of climate change. Your vote delayed by an unprecedented emergency.
When I have a minute to stop and somebody asks me how I'm doing, I'm like this.
Tens of thousands fleeing the worst wildfires ever to hit this territory.
We lost 17 years of our life in that house and our memories.
It just moved at an unbelievable pace.
The threat of more disasters to come.
I want to see a government that has plans prior to the emergency.
There's lots to do, and there's more hard times coming.
Tonight, it's all about your decision. Who will lead the Northwest Territories through the next 4 years? We've been campaigning for your vote. Now, the race is over. And we're here to guide you through all of tonight's twists and turns. We're live in 7 languages, bringing you breaking results of your decisions. This is NWT Votes. The polls are now closed. Results will be coming in any minute, and we will have them for you the moment they break. Welcome to NWT Votes.
We spoke with Elections NWT about how results will be released. Votes of all kinds, absentee, mail-in, online, day of, will be counted starting right now. So keep an eye on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Once they are available, we'll have totals there all night long. We will scroll through all the districts and be showing the top 3 candidates as the night unfolds. You'll see your district every 2.5 minutes.
We have full team coverage tonight, including 4 roving reporters, bringing us all the reaction across the territory. Des Loreen is in Inuvik, covering the races in Boot Lake and Twin Lake, and Carla Ulrich is in Fort Smith, covering the big race in Thabacha. Natalie Pressman and Luke Carroll are both in Yellowknife, covering what could be tight races across the capital. Natalie is watching Frame Lake and Range Lake, and Luke will be coming to us from the Great Slave and Yellowknife Center.
Of course, we'll head to our political panel. We have Jackie Jacobson, Jane Groenewegen, and Garrett Cochran. Jackie, what are the biggest issues you think that will set the stage for the election tonight?
I guess I think is housing, healthcare, and then with the carbon tax.
Interesting. And cost of living.
And cost of living, yeah.
That's something you've raised quite a bit in the legislature.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, well, we'll be watching to see how that unfolds, if it does unfold at all in the results. Jane, you are in a riding in a town that has seen lots of change, lots of disaster. How do you think that will play out in the campaign, and how do you think it will play out in the election, do you think?
Well, I think that when you talk about those things that are priorities, cost of living, climate change, inflation, housing, all you have to do is watch the national news and you will see that those are issues right across this country. What is the difference in the Northwest Territories? It's the fact that the GNWT plays a much larger role in the lives of NWT residents. Our relatively small population, but all of these issues that face us, the GNWT plays a large role in those. And with our disasters, the GNWT, it was and continues to play a very large role in that, in terms of helping people now to get out of the disaster, the losses, to rebuild, to really just get back to feeling normal. I mean, we're still in a lot of uncertainty in Hay River.
Yeah, absolutely. Garrett, what are, leading up to this campaign, what were sort of the issues that defined it?
Well, I'll have to echo what my fellow panelists have said here, as with cost of living, housing and healthcare, but to keep it hyper-local as well, Tin Can Hill is going to be a determinative issue in a bunch of the ridings around here, and the evacuation has played a major part in this as well, and plus the overall question of public safety. The downtown core mixed with emergency management has just added to a place where I think a lot of successful candidates are going to be based upon what their narrative was around these particular issues.
Absolutely. All very key issues that I think played out in this election campaign, and many of the ministers who were in charge of a number of those portfolios are running again. So we'll have to see, Meghan, if they continue to keep their seats.
Definitely keep an eye on those incumbents. We'll get answers to other big questions tonight. Will it be another historic election? Will women continue to hold the majority of seats? Will there be upsets, close calls, and comebacks? One thing, though, is for certain tonight. One of the MLAs elected or acclaimed will be our new premier. Carolyn Cochrane announced in late September that she wouldn't seek re-election. Leanie Lambrink is taking a look at all the big issues in tonight's election, and she joins me now with more on that issue. Leanie?
Hi, Meghan. Cochrane was the territory's 13th premier, and her time as leader was bombarded with emergencies. When she announced that she wouldn't be running again, she thanked everyone around her. Shannon Scott looks back at Cochrane's time at the top.
Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that you have elected Ms. Cochrane as your premier-elect.
October 24th, 2019. Carolyn Cochrane is given the keys to lead the territory. A second-term MLA, at the time the only female premier in the country. The second for the Northwest Territories after Nellie Cormier, who held the job from 1991 until 1995.
I think it's been probably a very long time before they've had an Indigenous woman at the table. So it was important, like I said, to educate when topics came up about Indigenous people. I was there to have a voice and to put forward my opinions on topics that were perhaps maybe controversial.
When voted in, Cochrane said everyone in the Assembly needed to work better together. And right out of the gates, that was tested. COVID-19 hit March 2020. Everything snowballed. Day after day, a new announcement. A state of emergency, social bubbles, a border closure, travel restrictions. The list goes on. Cochrane leaned on her ministers and the chief public health officer throughout. The public health emergency lasted 2 years, half her time as premier. Then there were the climate disasters, floods across the territory. Fort Simpson, Jean Marie River, underwater in 2021. Hay River, knee-deep and evacuated in 2022. Millions of dollars in damage. Homes lost, residents in desperate need of help. Cochrane's government pushed forward a controversial disaster assistance policy. Those affected, though, said it didn't deliver. It made it harder for them to fully recover. And then the fires. Fires everywhere. The summer of 2023 was a disaster. Enterprise lost. Ka'lowdece First Nation burnt to the ground. Parts of Hay River gone.
Oh my God, there's fire.
Horror stories of residents racing from the flames. And then a mass evacuation, the biggest ever in the NWT. Cochrane leads the way, but much of the lifting falls on others. Ministers, fire information officers, and emergency officials, seemingly keeping her word to work together.
That we can actually...
Her term ended with a call for help, demanding more infrastructure support from the federal government.
Whose fault is it when we can't get people out because we don't have basic infrastructure that every Canadian takes for granted? So I'm tired. I've been tired for a long time for asking for infrastructure, and now I'm angry.
In late August, Cochrane decried the lack of resources the territory gets from Ottawa, describing it as a third world country.
I need every single Canadian to say it is not okay that the territories live like third world countries, that we do not have the same services that people in the South have.
Prime Minister Trudeau met with Cochrane shortly after, and she said she believed him when he committed to helping. Then he visited in October. Trudeau said the federal government would continue to partner with the territory, working to improve infrastructure to withstand more extreme weather events due to climate change.
We've sent our list in.
One last battle for Cochrane as she waves goodbye to her time in office.
We asked Caroline Cochrane to join us tonight to talk about her time as Premier, but she declined our invitation. Meghan?
Probably taking a rest tonight, Leanie, after quite a tumultuous 4 years. Certainly an extraordinary 4 years in terms of these climate disasters, everything Shannon outlined there. We are still waiting for our first results to come in, so I think this is a perfect time to go to our panel and see what they think of what they just saw. Hilary?
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly wasn't the premiership, I think, that Caroline Cochrane anticipated going into this assembly. Garrett, I have to lay it out. You are incredibly biased in all of this. You were Caroline Cochrane's campaign manager. She is also your aunt. So let's start with you. How would you describe Caroline Cochrane's leadership over the last 4 years?
I'm going to have to preface this with the fact that I'm extremely proud of her. I love her, and she will always be the greatest premier to me and my family. But I don't think anybody can deny that this government didn't really live up to its expectations. It was far too reactionary. It didn't implement the mandate to what we all fully expected. And to be fair, though, I think it came down to the caliber of her cabinet colleagues. She was having to micromanage far more than any of her predecessors really had to do here. And I don't think we can all deny that any of the other competitors in the TLC would do any of a better job than what she was able to accomplish this one with all of these crises being thrown at her. I think history will be far kinder to her record than I think some of her contemporaries are being now. But I also think that she has earned a well rest and going into her new political retirement.
Okay, I think you'll still be invited over for family dinner there with
Well, we'll see after tonight.
Jackie, you served with Caroline Cochrane as your premier. How would you sum up her leadership style and the last 4 years under her?
Well, I think I'm going to work my way into this one because with the fires, the floods, with COVID-19, with the decisions we had to make at that time when certain things were happening, I think it's a lack of vision for myself. I mean, I always pushed her in regards to try to work with the regular members, but at the end of the day, you know, I still respect her for what she's done and for the people and under the circumstances we were under at the time. So, but at the end of the day, I mean, that whole cabinet was lack of vision and we're, you know, pushing things through when they should have.
Interesting. Jane, how would you sum up Caroline Cochrane's leadership?
Different than her predecessors for sure, and how much of that is related to her agenda and her vision, whatever that was, being really hijacked at so many different points with all the disasters that came along. It's very hard to quantify that, but I served with quite a number of premiers, and I have to say it's not an easy job. I consider myself pretty, you know, creative, imaginative, very energetic, but to stay ahead of a government, it involves a lot, a huge commitment, and you're just not there to warm a chair. You are there to lead our territory, which is very important to the people. It's all about the people. And so, like I said, I can't criticize Caroline Cochrane because, like I said, what previous premier has had to deal with kinds of catastrophic things that she had to deal with. But at the same time, we do need leadership that has a vision. There's so many moving parts in a government. It is a huge thing to move forward. It takes great leaders to do that. We've had some great leaders, and we probably will again, but I think we would have seen a different amount accomplished by Caroline Cochrane if she hadn't had to deal with all the unprecedented things that she had to deal with.
Garrett called her reactionary. Would you agree with that?
I don't think you could be anything but reactionary, but there were things that were done. She had to deal with a lot of new, inexperienced members, and somebody mentioned her cabinet colleagues. That's not easy. There's a natural evolution in the government where, you know, there's usually a core group of very experienced people who carry a lot of history and corporate knowledge, and you can have new members come in, mostly probably regular members, and they can watch and learn. But we had so many new members going into cabinet positions this time that that must have been difficult for her as well. So kind of a tough situation all around.
Absolutely. Well, Meghan, we'll have to wait and see if we're going to continue on with some of that consistency, whether some of those cabinet ministers will stay in office or if we'll have another season of change like we did last time.
And we are still waiting for results. We took a look at the past 4 years. Let's go to the future now. Lawrence Nayali is in the People's Hall with some young people to tell us what they think. Lawrence?
Thank you so much for that, Megan. We are sitting next to Gian Mikado, who is a grade 12 student from St. Pat's. And Gian, one of the things that we wanted to talk to you about that you want to raise was around mental health. So very briefly, just tell us about how important mental health is for you as an issue for this election year.
Yeah, I think it's really important because a good portion of our youth is like affected by mental health, and most times the issue I see is that we're afraid to reach out because we don't know where to go or who to go to. So I think what I want to see from the elected members is just, you know, reaching out to the youth more, keeping us involved and saying, hey, you know, these are the resources that we have for you. It's okay to feel the way you're feeling. It's okay to use them because that's what they're there for, and hopefully just drill into our minds, you know, there are people out there who want to help you when you're feeling this way, and hopefully that way more people will be able to reach out.
Okay, yeah, definitely important considering the amount of issues that we've encountered through the last 4 years. Next, we have Ashra Arshad. Ashra, you wanted to bring up just the importance of education. I know the university was brought up for here in the North, something a lot of young people want to see. But what are your thoughts on education as a whole when it comes to this election season?
Well, I've lived in Yellowknife my entire life, right? And I'm in the middle of my university application process, and I was just thinking of how beneficial it would have been to have a university here in Yellowknife right now, just because there's so much opportunities that could be given now, and I know there's a lot of students out there that are just taking a gap year just because they're not really ready to leave the city just yet. And so having a university here, not just for the people in Yellowknife, but for small communities out of the city, it would be really beneficial for them to just come to Yellowknife and have a university to go to.
Okay, yeah, I completely agree. If a university was here back when I was a kid, I would have attended university here. But a lot of our smaller communities have to go outside of the territory, so that can be pretty frustrating and put a strain on the family because we're pretty tight-knit here in the North. So thank you for that, Asha. All right, next up we have Justin Quito. So Justin, you wanted to talk about just sports in general and more support for it. Tell us about your thoughts around that.
Well, as a student athlete, I, along hundreds of other kids who share the same love for sports, pay thousands of dollars every year for clubs, tournaments, and travel. I'm hoping like this year's elections, some of the candidates who also share the same passion for sports as I do, or potentially fund and cover the cost for our tournaments. And this would greatly benefit us as like youths who play sports, and it like gives us opportunities to show and like who show and can't put our skills to waste. And if it does happen, this would involve every youth in the territories and show that they're here to play too.
Okay, yeah, sports is crucial, it's important. You build community through sports, the sporting community here in the North, and that is some of the struggles that we find in a lot of the smaller communities, is that lack of resources that's needed for our kids to totally thrive in the sporting sector. So thanks for that, Justin.
Thank you.
All right. So there you have it, some of the young leaders from St. Pat's here at the People's Hall. You're more than welcome to come down. We're here until throughout the night. We still have a lot of coffee, a lot of tea, and a lot of other treats. So come on down. Merci.
Merci. Thank you, Lawrence. What an insightful conversation. So grateful that we could have that with those young people. And no matter how young or old you are, this election is really important to everyone, including to seniors. They have a lot on their mind. They have a lot to say. And Lini joins me now more with that. Lini?
Yeah, Megan. So like the young people that we just heard from, seniors tell us they want to be heard. They're facing serious issues, and they expressed themselves loud and clear when we visited them at the Avens Seniors Home in Yellowknife. Here's Taylor Holmes.
On Wednesday, October 25th, I just need time to get it done.
A common issue amongst those at the Baker Center in Yellowknife was cost of living. Food prices, property taxes, and fuel have increased in price. while subsidies and income for seniors remains fixed. Barbara Weatherby is 77 years old. She says that the carbon tax has been hard on Northerners who rely on fuel to heat their homes in addition to transport.
Personally, I would like for them to cut that fuel tax on us. Fuel tax costs a lot of people. If it's gas for your car, that's one thing, which is a lot. But people heat their houses too, and up here you don't have a choice. It's cold.
Several seniors said there was a lack of information about the election and candidates, particularly for those who aren't online. Aji Shaw is 82 years old and has lived in the North for more than 40 years. She says there used to be more options for in-person election information.
I have one person that is running for election that I know, and it's because I know him. So he comes to my door to see me, but I haven't heard anything else.
Seniors we spoke to want to be heard by candidates and would like to see more community engagement. Taylor Holmes, CBC, Yellowknife.
Now, candidates actually went to a forum at Avon's Senior Center at the start of the month. The NWT Senior Society helped put it on with other nonprofits, so hopefully that was an opportunity for seniors to get some more face time with their candidates before marking their ballots. Megan?
Thank you so much, Leanie. Okay, we've heard from youth, we've heard from seniors. Now I want to hear from our panel, so let's go to Hilary.
Yeah, lots of perspectives there, and it must be difficult as an MLA. And Jackie, I want to start with you because you're an MLA not just for your constituents in your home community, which is Tuktoyaktuk, yeah. But it must be so difficult when you're, and it's interesting how it plays out where you have these very large communities like Tuktoyaktuk. I'm thinking of Fort Simpson as well and Nahende, and then you have much smaller communities that you need to represent as well. And so, how do you keep it so that your community doesn't sort of bowl over the needs of the other communities, the outlying communities as well?
That's always been a big, I guess you worry about, and it's been regards to what over the last 4 years, it's been tough. COVID coming in, then when we were starting to travel, we couldn't travel because of, we're unable to because of still communities are worried about, what we had the pandemic in Kitiyazu in 1914 and wiped out 5,000 in Iqaluit. So there's still people around that still worry about stuff like that, and us as a community, the stuff that we went through. But I think looking back right now, what we should be doing is giving Ulukaktuk, Sax Harbor, and Polituk their own MLA.
Interesting.
Yeah, and having their Tuk as their own MLA, and then because you could never travel enough into the communities. I mean, I've been put to the test this last 2 years of my term, losing my younger brother and then my nephew, and it's been a tough toll on myself, and so it's been really tough to travel just because of that, and you want to be around family and that, but I always say your office is your cell phone. You could do everything off your phone. And the thing with myself and my old CA, Vince, we'd be 24/7. We'd have once we get the call, you're 45 minutes, then your email's out. Yeah.
Interesting. A call there, Megan, for new ridings to be created for those smaller communities to have better representation. So we'll see what happens, Megan.
And, we are not even getting results, and we're still having such interesting conversations. We are hoping we'll be getting some results soon. The polls are closed in everywhere but Detta, which is closing soon. So let's now go to our Indigenous language broadcasters.
Inducens is immer and William City titre yes atukutekoga induke tekrewega yamia unit tenga ko keri disi ko kini nasi ayumbere thai kere thaga yami ko tekrewe sikre thaga kulukal indu kaldati te kutia takola dicho Carol Gordenga ko keinta Caroline Cochrane tenga ko keinta indusi disi ko kanani ni olta Tuta kwasi soma no santai desi ko kini kinda ko so hone no santai dak ekakore shokoga Dihtere kone dihtere den ke di taikrete Caroline Cleveland Cam Lake gozo Jane Whelan Armstrong si mohui gozo Caroline Wasnek dihtere sombak e Yellowknife South gozo didin si dene ke gozo disi go kenini lalda I si I gachu I ketikere wega gozo gusi gola tu down dene te gola unit dene ke zantai ke disi go kenini la I see goes so detail go ain't Shane Thompson he dile I got you this go kenani o goes so detail frame lake go at den sunlight and goes so you sa to go see tai credit this go si go ke wela detail see I palachina go denga go hintale I got this go kenani o goes so so Danny McNeely go Paula wore go intale I chutisi go kenini onko so ditresi Delphine Piro I go la bisi bisi go ke wala tite satu go ga gusi go ke wala ditresi indusi etekere wega go kala induka ye kera tada kafala I unit beret hat big eterewe ret hale I golaga kakri diga go so indusi dori malagana ke go diga
Kuinak Marianne o go daigoagnegitka o mikangat naligoagamingat anakabak edichlami hin ke hitchinga du karagnegad go anakabak akimek hihamat ehemiuktinik bihurut ehemiuktit ke judivengat ni agla nakimeak daw hinik naligoaganegaid anakabak kihenik hin bingahote hemiukti dakimarat akihaude kangit namikok o go akihaude akimanikot akihaudingit namik Caitlin Cleveland Cam Lake me Jane Whelan Armstrong Monfui Caroline Wasnick Yellowknife South Milo hin Premier Caroline Cochrane Oakdorf Faganangit Chukuk Daitna aglagan clock. Aglan Inuak Barat Nutat Inuit Okta Harag Nectat Malugu Kibenik Kuli di Chakranik Inuit Inukta Ragnirag Nectat Akimenik Adahinik Nunangatni Hin Kinniganegate Nahende Nunangatni Inua Nekragat Inukta Ragnirag Nectat Ichakrak Inuit Akihaudin Ektok Ehemiuktinik Bihuktot, Shane Thompson Atinga Ilikangalu, Okta Fagan Ektok, Minister Gurak Nunanigun Inunegvingnikun, Frame Lake Lu, Dalimat Inuit, Ehemiuktinik Akimahokdotlu, Hin Nunakput Range Lake Yellowknife, Central Yellowknife, North Lu, Nudanik Inukta Ragnirag Nektoklu. William Firth, Daiwaganektuk.
Masi Dodi, Shant Erich Hunter Kinji Sandakuts Antal Sats at Ya Achandachi, Itachi Rich Hunted Ori, not Trohen Talgenjago, I could Yakwan Gunokuts a rich hunted gitet, Tenin Tien Rich Hundachi, Sakrachanta etreju Tinkuk etrechana Wakweda, I can jachant at Noda, Eads at Ya Achandat Ehti Tat, and Jerichantet Hikitili, Govori, Rich Hunted Nikini, I can Jerichantet eat like Tatraquanchi, can Jerichantet quick at I could chanted inuvik Asic Dunrich chanted neck Hankarich chanted Chetty could take it go I bootleg Asic chanted Tikitili Asic could chanted Itlak Genjer chanted Tatquahantal Genja Gonli Asic chanted Gaho Quintai Akut chanted inuvik Nick advantage and Usic chanted neck Hankarichan Jigenja Itlak Richanduli Akotiko Heti Agenja Goli could I chanted Itachino could underquat see quagut ya chanted Nunak put Chantat Chuve Guti, Ne Kan Kari Chantat Govori, Richandat Nikini, IG Guk et Richanaquaqueda, Guk et Richangenja Goli, at the Richandat Gua and Richandat Jijut and Go Tatrakuchel Che, ticket the Lirichan that Cam Lake with a Richan Eat Lake, Caitlin, Cleveland, via Girachan G Kenjet, Ori Richan that Nini I Asia, Richan that with that Kujal Che, Akuts a chanted Momfui, Guts a Richan Jane Wayell and Armstrong, I rechanted with that Kujal Che, Richan Yellowknife South, I Guts a Richan Caroline Wozniak, I Thakrechanted Cook at Go, I Akuts a chant ahead a chicken, Jerichanted Nitso Naquakwe, that chicken, Jerichanted Cook at Goli, Jukat, Richan Judenkai, Hatsa, Gen Jerichanta Katruahantak, Chitak Richana Kotukon, Urichan Genjaka Hokwendai, Gudia a chanted Hilary Birds at Meghan Roberts, Richan Hano Adgonju Masi.
You are watching NWT Votes. Thank you, Masi Koyanaini, to our Indigenous broadcasters. We are still waiting for results to come in. It is now 8:30. That means all polls have officially closed. We did have one poll that was open a little bit later in Detta, but that poll has now closed. So all polls have closed. We are waiting for results. I'm sure we're not the only ones waiting on pins and needles for this. So let's go to our panel, which has two former MLAs who've been through this experience before. Hilary?
Yeah, two former MLAs. All three of them have run for a seat. They all know what this experience is like. Jane, you've done it 5 times.
Six times.
Oh, 6 times. You were an MLA 5 times, of course. What is it like? You know, the polls have closed a half hour ago. What goes through your head as a candidate during this time?
Well, on pins and needles for sure, but when I ran, I loved the campaigns, and that voters list went everywhere with me. And like, we left no stone unturned. I had amazing help with my campaigns, and you know, we did not want to leave anything to the unknown if it was possible to find out if they were a supporter or not a supporter. So usually by election night, we had a pretty good sense of where we were at. Except for the one time when CBC announced my opponent as the winner, and we watched on the camera as they all celebrated. And but again, my campaign team came through and they said there's a poll missing, and they turned it over afterwards, and it was awkward, but hey, we won on the advance poll, so we won that one. But I do remember pulling up to my campaign celebration headquarters at the Legion and hearing on the radio, because I hadn't been upstairs yet to talk to my team, and they said the Titan veteran fighter of the Legislative Assembly has gone down to defeat. So I walked up the stairs to the Legion thinking, oh well, it's game over. But then we heard about the advance poll that hadn't been counted yet. So it's exciting. I mean, even tonight, I'm not a candidate, but it's still so exciting to see these results coming in. I don't know, there's something about the campaign, I love it.
Yeah. A lot of, yeah, you'd have to love it to do it 6 times.
Yeah.
a lot of nail biting, I'm sure, tonight. A lot of, you know, anxious movement, a lot of anxious thoughts. Garrett, you did this when you were, I want to say, just a baby at 18 years old. What was that like for you? I can't imagine.
I was too young to know any better, so I immediately thought, I was like, oh, I can't wait to become the new MLA for Yellowknife South, let alone, you know, moving into something like cabinet. But of course, instead they elected Bob McLeod, which in retrospect made a lot of sense and was probably the right decision.
Premier, yes.
I will say this, in my experience with candidates, there's a state of zen that usually hits upon this point, and they just kind of accept whatever is will be. But as a campaign manager, it's the frickin' worst. I'm waiting for all the numbers to come in here. I'm waiting for polls from the advanced. I'm waiting to hear what my scrutineers are coming in. Well, for example, in the last time my aunt was sitting around drinking tea and eating bannock while I was typing away on my laptop waiting for my Excel sheet to formulate. So it's an interesting experience, and all the work that has come together is really, there's nothing more you can really do, right? So you just have to accept it as it is.
Jackie, you heard Jane say that you know, you kind of know going in which way the polls are going to go. Is that true?
Yeah, it is. You know, but when election night's a big night for the family, and all what you've just put in 30 days of, you know, traveling and seeing everybody. But you know, it's the people's only time every 4 years to actually make their vote count for something. And you know, tonight, like I said, I'm excited for Nunutput. They got a new MLA coming in, and whoever it is, I'm excited to be able to hand over the reins to them and let them have at her.
All right.
Yeah.
Have at her.
Yeah.
Well, Megan, we're going to head back to you. We have results.
We
First
have results
coming in.
It has begun. Let's take a look at the results that have just come in. Inuvik Twin Lakes, Lisa Semler in the lead with one of 3 polls reporting. She is leading by 79 votes over Lenora McLeod. So again, one of 3 polls reporting in Inuvik Twin Lakes. Incumbent Lisa Semler in the lead right now. Early days, but you know. Now in Tunaday-Willaday, Richard Ajerikon, also the incumbent, 5 of 5 polls reporting. Is that correct? Is that all of the polls reporting in Tunaday-Willaday? Right now, we have Tunaday-Willaday, Richard Ajerikon, incumbent, 117 votes, and Nadine Delorme with 23. So Richard Ajerikon is in a strong lead right now. We are just checking to see if it's 5 of 5 polls reporting, because that seems very early and not like a lot of votes. So we're gonna double check that for you. But so far, with what we do have, Richard Ajerikon in the lead, a really interesting race that's going to be there. Richard Ajerikon, the incumbent, was elected in a by-election in 2022. So he hasn't been in office for a super long time at this point. Let's go to another really interesting riding. Carla Ulrich is standing by. She is at the headquarters of J. McDonald in Thabatcha. So Carla, what can tell me about where you are and what's happening there?
Well, there's quite a few people here. The energy is decently high. We've got an amazing food spread provided by some of Jay's supporters. And I've got Jay McDonald here. How are you feeling right now?
I'd say I'm cautiously optimistic. I think we certainly done the work, and I think it's up to the community of Fort Smith to decide if they were happy with the leadership they had or if they're looking for something new.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, there's all ages here. We've got your grandchildren here. We've got your family members, supporters. What is the importance of voting?
Well, I think I've really, as part of my campaign, encouraged people to get out and voice their right to, you know, their opinion, whether they were supporting me or not. I think that was really crucial. I spent a lot of time and energy encouraging the young vote, the 18 to 35 vote, that has really not been very prominent in the NWT in the last election. I think the turnout was about 20%, so I encouraged them to, you know, they're our future, to make sure they get out and exercise their right to guide that future.
Yeah, that's really important. And if you want to take an opportunity, how do you feel about all the people that helped you during this campaign?
Oh, I mean, my supporters have been great. I've had, you know, everyone help on my team. I've had all kinds of community support. I've had well-wishers from all across the north. A huge number of my former WALP students reached out and wished me well. And, you know, I think the community has really been behind me, and I'm really happy, and I want to thank them all for that, for their effort.
Amazing. Behind you, literally and figuratively, do our campaign supporters want to say hello? Go, Jay. Okay, well, thank you so much. That was Jay McDonald at the campaign headquarters. Back to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Carla. Okay, we have more results for you right now. Let's take a look at the results coming in. This is in Nunakput. We have one of 5 polls reporting Lucy Kuptana with 11 and Vince Teddy with 1. So you'll notice no incumbent here. This will be a new MLA for this area. Of course, the previous MLA is sitting on our panel with us tonight. So Lucy Kuptana leading by 10, one of 5 polls reporting in Nunakput. And you'll notice on the bottom corner of your screen, since we're starting to get results, you're starting to see those flow, and you can see the top 3 candidates there. So keep an eye on that. Also to let you know, we are checking in with what's been happening with Tunaday-Willaday with the polls reporting. So we'll bring that up to date as well. But as we have it right now in Nunakput, Lucy Kuptana in the lead with 11, Vince Teddy trailing with one of 5 polls reporting. Now, as we've mentioned, 3 candidates have been acclaimed in this election: Caroline Wozniak, Janeway Allen Armstrong, and Caitlin Cleveland.
That's right, Megan. So that means that those candidates did not have to run a campaign, but they mostly did. Allen Armstrong says she spent the last few weeks visiting with elders. We know Wozniak and Cleveland were knocking on doors. But the people who answered, they didn't get an opportunity to cast a ballot this election. And as Shannon Scott found out for us, it's not uncommon for NWT voters to be denied that opportunity.
happening in the NWT ever since the first fully elected Legislative Assembly in 1975. Since then, candidates have been acclaimed to their seats 33 times, at least one in every general election held over the last 48 years. But no riding has seen more acclamations in a row than Monfouy, which covers the Clichon communities. Voters there haven't gone to the polls in a general election in 12 years. The last time was in 2011, when Jackson Lafferty won his first term as an MLA, beating Bertha Rebesca-Zoe with 55% of the vote. And despite being the MLA for the riding until he resigned to run for Clichon Grand Chief 10 years later, Lafferty never had to campaign for his seat again. He was acclaimed in both 2015 and 2019. His successor, Jane Whalen Armstrong, won the seat in a by-election in July 2021, beating 3 other candidates. She is acclaimed this time around, so once again, voters in Wati, Wekwati, Gamati, and Betchiko will not be casting a ballot. The year with the most acclamations was in 1991, before division, when 6 people were acclaimed, including Nellie Cornier, who went on to become premier. The highest number since Nunavut separated was 5 back in 2003. Joe Hanley won the premiership that year after being acclaimed. Hanley and Cornier aren't the only people to lead the territory after not having to run a campaign. In fact, since 1975, 6 people have been acclaimed and then gone on to lead the government. Along with Cornier and Hanley, Dennis Patterson, Jim Antoine, Floyd Rowland, and Bob McLeod all became premier without winning a single vote in that year's election. So could it happen again? Could the NWT see a 7th person become premier after being acclaimed? CBC sent out a questionnaire to every person who put their name forward in this election, and we asked them, if you win, would you consider running for the premiership? Caitlin Cleveland said no. Jane Whalen Armstrong didn't send in a response. And Carolyn Wozniak pointed to the tradition of moving the premiership around between Yellowknife and the other communities. She says she would want to wait and see if other MLAs wanted to bring that convention back before she decided whether or not she would run.
So an interesting look there at the history of acclamations in the NWT and some insight into who may or may not want to be premier.
And we'll certainly be keeping an eye on that. We won't know tonight, of course. Let's go now to Lawrence Nally in the People's Hall, where he's standing by with some of the many people who have joined us tonight. Lawrence?
Thank you so much for that, Megan, and thank you to our presenters tonight. We are here at the People's Hall at the CBC Yellowknife building. I have sitting next to me Shelley, who is a former Northerner, returned back home, came back in 2019, and this is her first territorial election. So welcome back home, Shelley.
Lawrence, thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's great to be back.
All right, so we were just going through who we were predicting would win, and we're seeing some of the results. But I'm just curious, Shelley, what are some of the things that you look forward to, you know, whenever elections come around?
What I look forward to during campaigns?
Yeah.
What I look forward to during campaigns is engagement, hearing ideas, hearing an exchange of ideas, and just the energy that is built when you have people who are putting themselves forward, because it's a big thing to do. And you know, we just look at the all candidates forums that we've had so many of them, and it's been a great exchange of ideas, and it gets people thinking, and to some extent it holds people accountable if and when they get into office.
And you've been to some of those forums. Were there anything that were said during those forums that really stood with you?
I think there were some, but I think the universally how much the housing and the economy and the carbon tax are just, they really have crawled to the top of everyone's list, it sounds like, and it's not surprising with where we find ourselves, but
Yeah.
just really common themes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, and we've heard that throughout this election season when it comes to the carbon tax, the cost of living itself up here must have been an issue when you were living here back then, and still is at the forefront of many people's minds. So just thank you so much for sharing, Shelley.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right, so there you have it. We are here in the People's Hall, and we'll be here throughout the evening. So just thanks again, and we'll bring it back over to Meghan. Merci.
Merci, thank you, Lawrence. Okay, we have got acclamations, we've got our first results, we've got some more thoughtful commentary from our People's Hall. So now let's get some thoughtful commentary from our panel. Hilary?
Thanks, Megan. And I want to sort of go on something that we heard Carolyn Wozniak talk about in her questionnaire answer about the premiership. Is something we talk about every single election. That sort of convention of having premiers from the north and then from the south and switching back and forth. Maybe from Yellowknife is one. We couldn't quite agree on what the convention is. We have seen 3 premiers, though, in the last 3 premiers have all been from Yellowknife. Garrett, is it time to sort of move to other areas, or should it be the best person win?
Well, technically, it's 2 from Yellowknife that lasted a while because Bob, 2
right.
terms, 1 person.
2 terms, yes.
But it really should be dependent upon the best person. I do agree with the convention to a certain extent. It can't always be in Yellowknife. But the problem is, currently, we've had a lot of candidates who've been horse trading over the last year, like Wally Schumann, who wants it. But if Wally doesn't get it, then who do we go to? RJ? And then if we go to the north, I'm assuming Diane has also been working the phones as well. But if she doesn't get in there, then we have ourselves another little bit of chaos, possibly Jane at that point. But if it goes to default, we could also bring it back down to Yellowknife, because Waz, even if she denies it, certainly has ambitions for the premiership.
Okay, so you're saying it's essentially anyone's game at this point. It's a little too early to tell.
It's chaos.
Jackie, I want to go to you. I think I know what your answer is going to be here. Do we have to switch it up when it comes to the premier, move outside of the capital?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's time to have a northern premier. That's what we had in prior from the 16-17 and assemblies. I think having Bob in there to me, was the greatest premier ever in regards
Bob
to
McLeod.
Bob McLeod. I have utmost respect for them, but at the end of the day, we had 3 premiers from Yellowknife, and it's time to go outside, either from the south or from the north, and we have some good candidates that are able to do that, so should be looked at seriously.
What are your predictions? If you're going from the north and from the south, who would you vote if you were in their position?
Oh man, I'll get in trouble again. No, just kidding. No, I'd for the north, I'd probably go with Jane Whalen or Shane Thompson, and for the south, I'd go with could be RJ or. Just depending who gets in, that's the biggest thing, is that's what they have to do, is get in first. Yeah.
Jane, I want to get your thoughts on this.
I don't think you can just be the premier based on a geographic location. Certainly it is good to spread it around and not always have a premier from Yellowknife, because you have to get a different perspective. But that person has to have the ambition and the talent and the experience and the ability to do that. It's too important of a job to just say that it should be strictly tied to their geographic origins. So, I mean, hopefully we'd have somebody that will be interested from other places. Hopefully there'll be a competition. I ran for premier once when they were so worried.
I think it was your first...
Yeah, my first day in the ledge. I mean, everybody was like in caucus, wringing their hands, going, "Oh my gosh, Donnie can't be just acclaimed," and everybody was
Donnie
just...
Morin.
And I'm just new, and I'm going like, "Why are you guys fretting about this? If you won't step up, I'll step up. I'll run for premier against him. If you want to have a contest, if you want the people to hear what he stands for." So I put myself out there to do that service to the public. But anyway, didn't think I'd have to answer 88 questions on the first day. But anyway, I don't think it can be solely based on on geographic. No, sorry, it has to be deeper than that.
Okay, well, we will find out whether the people who have put their names forward saying that they are interested in running for premier will actually get their seat and have that chance. We'll have to wait and see. Megan.
Hilary, panelists, thank you so much. With that, we have more results to bring you. Let's take a look at the latest. This is in Inuvik Boot Lake. Denny Rogers, with experience as the mayor of Inuvik, is in the lead right now with 54 votes. He's ahead of incumbent Diane Archie, who was a cabinet minister in the previous assembly. She has 28 right now. So Denny Rogers in the lead with 54, leading over Diane Archie by 26 votes. Sally Ross has 21 votes. This is in Inuvik Boot Lake. So some new results to bring you right now. And I understand that we are going to Inuvik next to Des Loreen, who is at the campaign headquarters of Denny Rogers, and there they are. Hey, Des, what's going on over there?
Hey, how's it going, Megan? I'm here with Denny Rogers here, and he is very happy. They've got a lot to celebrate here early on. Denny, we're seeing some early numbers coming in here. How are you feeling about that?
Feeling good, obviously. It's early. It's the advance poll, so we're waiting for the results of the election today, but feeling good.
Excellent, excellent. So we got some good crowd out here for you tonight here, a lot of support in the community. What have you been hearing this campaign here? What are people talking to you about as what the issues are?
A lot of social issues, obviously. I mean, there's no secret that we have some issues in this community with addictions, with, you know, a fair amount of social issues, housing, and so on and so forth. A lot of conversation around accountability, around being here, around being in the community and listening to the residents. I heard a lot of that from door to door as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, a lot of people are talking about boosting the economy here, and how are we going to do that here in Nunavik? How are you going to be making jobs and making them local?
You know, there's no silver bullet for that for sure, but certainly we know that the federal government has certainly an eye on the north for major infrastructure projects. We've seen that in the past few years. I think we'll continue to see that. And, you know, our job as MLAs for this town is to make sure that that work stays here, stays in the region, stays here, and that local companies, local employees are doing that work.
Perfect. So now, mental health been a big here, drug and addiction counseling here. So what can you say to the people there that are suffering, and what sort of help do you think we can get for the people that are facing these things in their day-to-day life?
Yeah, and like I've said throughout my campaign, this is a whole of community approach. I mean, realistically, if we're going to get, and we need a regional treatment center here, there's no question about that. But I think working together, the territorial government, both Indigenous governments here, both the Inuvialuit and the Gwich'in, I think if we were to go shoulder to shoulder to shoulder to kind of work together on that, approach Ottawa for that. We know there's potentially infrastructure funding. The issue is always the O&M funding. How do we maintain these organizations once we set them up? So I think, again, it's working together to kind of close that divide, make sure that all the governments are working together and find a solution that will work for everyone.
Awesome. I mean, thank you so much for the time here. Obviously, I'll get you back to the party here. Thank you, everybody here. So I'm here with Denny Rogers here, taking an early lead in the advanced polls, but we'll definitely find out more as the night goes on. Back to you guys.
Thanks,
Des, thank you so much. And now we have Luke standing by with another candidate, Matt Spence. Luke, tell me where you are and what's going on.
Hey, Megan. Yeah, so I'm downtown. We're at Matt Spence's campaign headquarters. He's a candidate for Yellowknife Centre. He joins me right here. Hey, Matt, we got some early results in. It's looking pretty close. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it was all three of the candidates were out there working it very hard. I expected it to be a close race, and we're not seeing the turnout that we had expected. I think that turnout's down, and I'm a little puzzled by that because it did seem like people were pretty energized about change when I first started running. So I'm not sure why people didn't get out to vote.
Okay, so yeah, as you heard there, a lower voter turnout so far. Do you have any idea of why that might be?
I don't know, because the doors I went to is certainly very engaging conversations. So people wanted to talk about the cost of living. They wanted to talk about the evacuation this summer. They wanted to talk about the high cost or the difficulties in getting childcare, daycare during the day. So I'm a little puzzled, but I'm certainly gratified in terms of the election. It was a good run, and had some great conversations, and I got a great team. So really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and you just heard some cheers there, likely back there from your team. Tell me, how are they feeling right now?
I think everybody's feeling pretty optimistic, but we do recognize it's going to be close. So we worked really hard the later part of the afternoon to get the vote out today. So we're hoping that people are out and that they support me. So not much more we can do but that.
And last question. Okay, yeah, I'm here with Matt Spence. We're at his campaign headquarters downtown. Thanks for joining me, Matt.
Thanks. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Luke. Great to hear from some of the candidates waiting for more results. And now that we have results, it's really important that we go to our Indigenous language broadcasters so they can bring us results in the official languages of the NWT. So without ado, let's go now to our Indigenous language broadcasters, and they can bring you results in your language. You are watching NWT Votes. Thank you so much for joining us. We're so happy to have you here.
Hello, Harriet Polity. Zonte Katesa Hote Good Deeds on Kegoni de Hana Hisi.
Zon ye tak tiak tak egot zon easy hawa got zon ye hombad sak don't get a test so hot what a honeyco yet lint son ginnick gogani dead a hunt I will get so net a test so that a cool doesn't all night down what da do you head dead so let's on honey could di gogani dead out there a new victorian lake a key got something that I could lisa similar with ye di so tono that's like a hot at agona que et cleant a yik a dead za lenora we yama cloud a yisin hono that's a son di a new Vic a key goods sent a boot lake and Denny Rogers they did a sin la no dots on D a you would at a good minister in Lena D a yit at Diane Archie yet not like a did at dik etle it's on D a go yik at no dots on it a yit Sally Ross how we hear what ongots was that and inside a test so sent gate had that inside a dega has so sent honey lee who deal in the honey could zone some bike act and it descent out zone CBC a con go yes and a donga hind con lead daily gahanis a donga had dini lene it a zone a yet forest drive CBC con go so go on. It a dini that a premier Elin St. Agatsin, Caroline Cochran St. Anna dead Zani Lene. It a Julie Green St. A dead Zani Lene wo ongots St. Ahagont at a G a test so good D Hannah hits a D.
What's the Harriet? The only that you need a say to get says to get a good not the get hit I which was and do like a talk on the other cutting writings condi tie going the like he did only he got a good talk on the other. You are nine there writing the still on the Sharon, Alan, George Campbell, Mavis T. Michaud, Hilary Deneron, Shane Thompson goes a less right aside. It's a tie aside the I don't go get it that the somebody go get it because I just like it like a silly human thing. There was a settler Shane Thompson like how killing me. Get hit in leather on the sense was a children human on the Hilary Deneron on the textual writing la run Banner Rushes get hit at the Zinian was a conala Richard Lafferty was a Stephen Van Del was a Cheryl Yakalaya Shula Santa Zinian was a Herbert Northla R.J. Simpson like Huckle be a get hit in leather on the was a conala Greg McKeegan was a Michael Wellington was a Hans Weideman she was at the Hervers North got the Zindigan was a Hervers South go at Vince Mackay, Sadi Allah County Michaela, a lot the Zinin or the Megakete in leather Wally Schumann or something was a 2000 dating high in Dollar Rocky Simpson. I saw Hervers South go on. There was a we get it all the cut that do a taconica theory on the night. I think on the other idea. Tu don't like you carry John CBC like the Americo, Danny, the other two like let there was a little liquor fish, etc. And there was a the 5002 first drivers. I mean, as you go national primary level, Caroline Cochran, like it is Ziniani, only Condiala, the Condila get head a cure team. It you the acute get head at one decondicola Cadesi long the Cecilia Jim Hobbs, Sujet. Marlene Grooms a dit on te kondira na hetsen khatia.
Masi Jim kutundri dana balit ikisi yatundri rayak edri naya dana bezitha loud in naya dana bezitha lalasi a yatundri to nether wallet dates and hat day yatundri Ricky Jerkin bezia on lisi don bezia on natlilo yet it's in Babate get her day yellow nuts in Clans Danvils and a yet in no Nadine, the Lormia health at Darcy it and the Babate get see new nuts in cards and Babate get a yet a new victim bootlegs a yet the Denny Rogers Babate get see is a lona Salonats in Dion yet Diane Archie Nunats and get Dion yet Sally Ross Nunats and Cloud a Twin Lake Lisa similar than about time Lessie the Bazia on the Dini Long Conats in Cats and Papa Lekedo the Leona ye the McCloudy ye the Slanstadels and Papa Leke the Wekanan Gayats and the Nuno Nuput a ye Lucy Captana ye saw the Shononats in Slanstandels and Papa Lekedo ye events Teddy ye lots and Papa Lekesi yet do three Kanisa hunt uyit ano DC no nala yibak ay ki haluit at uasleke do tenapa ayit ijab oleche yijano tilde yija CBC ye by Iketata Hurricane ye 234 Forest Drive ye 5002 Forest Drive ye le dual test edu la ye slita kame jantene north in day ye 2 Premier Carolyn Crocker and tenapata that ile heni ye tuni must see John Roth Aussie cut in your kid a honey Roth all.
Welcome back. We wanted to let you know that there is a problem with the number of polls being reported to us through the data feed provider. The number of polls elections NWT is getting on their website from the data feed provider is correct. So we are sharing with you the correct number of votes in each riding. Don't worry about that. We are working on the poll numbers. We hope to have this fixed ASAP. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the latest results. In the Satu, Daniel McNeely has 3 votes. He is currently tied with Polly Chinna, the incumbent, who also has 3 votes. Trailing behind is Delphine or Dolly Pirot with 1 vote. So very early results for this. Daniel McNeely and incumbent Polly Chinna, both with 3. Daniel McNeely, of course, a familiar name to people, a former MLA. In Inuvik Twin Lakes, Lisa Semler, the incumbent, is leading currently. She has 96 votes. She is leading by 79 over Lenora McLeod, who has 17 votes. This is Inuvik Twin Lakes and incumbent Lisa Semler in the lead. Inuvik Boot Lake, Denny Rogers, who we just heard from with Des Loreen, has 94 votes. Incumbent Diane Archie has 60, so she is trailing behind Denny, who has 94 votes. He's leading by 34 over incumbent Diane Archie. Sally Ross has 47 in Inuvik Boot Lake. And in Nunakput, Lucy Kaptana has 13 votes, a lead of 10 votes over Vince Teddy. Lucy has 13, Vince Teddy has 3 right now in Nunakput. That one will have a new MLA. In Tunaday Willaday, Richard Ajericon, the incumbent, still 117 votes there, leading by 94 votes over Nadine Delorme. Richard Ajericon, of course, only elected in 2022 through a by-election. He is currently in the lead in Tunaday Willaday with 117 votes in that district. And in Frame Lake, some new results here. Stuart Ray has 36. He is tied with Julian Morse, who also has 36. 36 votes for Stuart Ray, 36 for Julian Morse in Frame Lake, Spencer Tracy with 19, and John Stanley with 5. So a tie for first there so far in Frame Lake between Stuart Ray and Julian Morse. Some new results into us. Okay, let's now go to Natalie Pressman. She is standing by live in Yellowknife, and you're with Kieran Testard. I can see from your signs there, Natalie. Tell me where you are and what's happening there.
Yes, we are here at Stanton Suites. I'm standing with Christina Monroe, the digital campaign coordinator for Kieran Testard's campaign. Christina, I'll just ask you to tell a little bit about what that role is exactly.
Mostly it's keeping track of all of our voters. So we use 2 programs, Nation Builder and eCanvasser, and tracking them all, and then being able to send out all of our messaging, be that text, calling, emailing, all of the people who've opted in to know more about our campaign and try to persuade them over to coming to vote for us.
You have worked on many campaigns at many different levels. What is it that has kept you engaged through all of these years, all of these campaigns?
Politics is a family profession, and it's something my mom worked for an MP, and for me, it's part of what you do to make sure that good people are elected. They need good volunteers to help them.
Of course, we are here for a specific candidate. Why did you come to support Kieran?
Me and Kieran have been friends for years. He's become part of my chosen family. We spend our holidays together, and he is an important person to me and someone who I appreciate his integrity and hardworking for the people of the Northwest Territories. So I unequivocally support him and spent the time in the past 30 days getting very little sleep working on stuff to make sure he get elected.
Right. Okay, right on. Christina, the candidate himself is in the room. We had him a moment ago. He seems to be tied up now, but we'll see if we can come back to him a little bit later on. Thank you so much for this. That was Christina Monroe, Digital Campaign Coordinator for Kieran Testart.
Okay, Natalie, thank you so much. Now, one of the big challenges facing the next Legislative Assembly is growing the NWT's stagnant economy. So let's bring in Leanie to talk more about that. Leanie?
That's right, Megan. And as our Sydney Cohen found out, growing the economy here is all about attracting and keeping people from elsewhere.
Several business people in the territory are of the mind that essentially, if the NWT wants to grow the economy, it needs to grow its population. Rob Warburton is a Yellowknife developer and city councillor. He says the next government needs to look at ways to attract more people here, especially skilled workers. But he says housing is a big barrier to that.
There's a huge housing crunch across the territory. There's no housing anywhere. So, they're having issues getting teachers and nurses in the communities because there's no houses for them to stay in.
Warburton says he'd like to hear candidates talk about how the government can work with the private sector to build more homes. Newton Gray, president of the NWT Chamber of Commerce, agrees that more housing is key to economic growth. Gray says the territory's housing shortage is closely linked to its chronic labor shortage.
When you finally get somebody here, there are other conditions that impact whether or not they stay. Housing is one of the most obvious ones.
Gray says with some creative thinking, the next government can address these challenges and create business opportunities. But the president of the Yellowknife Chamber of Commerce points out that there's a bigger issue limiting housing development.
We need housing, and in order to have housing, we need land. And in order for the city to get land, the GNWT has to give it land. And that has been one of the roadblocks.
The NWT administers 73% of the land in Yellowknife, but the city is in an area under land claim negotiations, which restricts the transfer of land. Bell says the chamber will be looking to see if candidates support the GNWT working with the city to bring more land to market. Sydney Cohen, CBC News, Yellowknife.
There are a lot of layers to think about when trying to boost the NWT's economy, especially on the heels of a devastating wildfire season. It's a tough issue for the next territorial government to take on.
Certainly it is, and something that we heard a lot about. And with that, we do have more results, people who will have to tackle this issue. Let's take a look. Mackenzie Delta, George Narasu in the lead with 174 votes. That is over incumbent Frederick Blake Jr., who served as Speaker in the last Assembly. Right now, no votes for Richard Ross. So George Al Narasu in the Mackenzie Delta, leading with 174 votes. Frederick Blake Jr., the incumbent, has 80. That's in the Mackenzie Delta. And I do believe now we are going to go to Lawrence in the People's Hall. You know, we just heard from the Chamber of Commerce in Sydney's piece, and now we're going to hear more from the Chamber of Commerce about this incredibly important issue, Lawrence.
Thank you so much for that, Megan. We're sitting next to Adrian Bell, who is the president of the Yellowknife's Chamber of Commerce. Now, Adrian, you've shared your thoughts about our stagnant economy and just how we need to bring more land to market. And I'm just curious, based off of the results we're seeing tonight, what are some of the things that are going through your mind in terms of our economy going forward, the type of things that you would like to see for this next up-and-coming sitting government?
Well, I'd like to see people who can collaborate with the city of Yellowknife and in other jurisdictions with their own municipalities and town councils. You know, the land shortage and the housing shortage, the labor shortage, it crosses territorial and municipal jurisdiction, and so it really does require a close working relationship. And yes, transferring land is very, very important, but then there's a question of what a municipality does with the land once it has it, and there's some questions that we could raise there as well, but we happen to be in a territorial election, not a municipal one.
Okay, a lot of issues on the table when it comes to our economy. We've seen a major hit with the tourism sector and businesses slowly getting back from summer of evacuations. I'm just thinking, I'm just wondering, Adrian, what are some of the things that you would like to see in terms of revitalizing our economy in the north?
Well, I think in some respects, it is a matter of just letting the economy, letting the small business sector do its thing and getting down to work quickly, you know, facilitating, assisting the tourism sector in particular to get back on its feet, certainly, but then just implementing some of the things that we've already been talking about. And again, these things cross jurisdictions, but things like a hotel levy here in Yellowknife is much needed. But a lot of these entrepreneurs in these sectors would love to invest and would love to do more, but they've just got nowhere to do it. We're not just talking about land for housing. Land for tourism development is of critical importance. We just don't have it. And besides not having land for today, we don't have a broader plan. So a conversation about how the territory and the city work together to make sure that there's long-term a supply of land available for those entrepreneurs who are eager to do business.
Okay, thank you, Adrian.
Thank you.
That's Adrian Bell, who is the president of the YK Chamber of Commerce. We'll swing things back over to you, Meghan. Merci.
Merci, thank you, Lawrence. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to swing things over to our panel with Hilary because there's a lot to talk about right now.
Absolutely, a lot of results coming in. Though they're early for many of them, there are some big leads that we're seeing. We saw Denny Rogers in the lead in your neck of the woods with over your incumbent, your colleague, former colleague Diane Archie, yes. And we're seeing Richard Narisu as well in a massive lead over Sonny Blake. Yeah. What do you make of those results? Did they surprise you?
Surprised me a bit, but at the end of the day, we're still too early to really hang on to those numbers, because one or two polls extra come in, they're going to be right there neck and neck again. So I'm waiting till the end before I make any other comments on that. Yeah.
You don't have predictions on whether your colleague Sonny or Diane will return to the House?
Well, like, you know, my colleagues, I respect both of them for what they've done in regards to working for the people, and utmost respect for them, and whoever gets the seat, and then we start moving forward again. Yeah.
Jane, we haven't seen any Hay River results come in, but a lot of results there to talk about. Anything there that surprised you?
Not too much. Like I said, like Jackie said, actually, we've learned not to draw assumptions from early returns and early polling numbers, but Denny Rogers, wouldn't be surprising to see Denny Rogers take
former mayor of Inuvik.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a really stellar track record in community service and elected office. So it wouldn't be surprising to see Denny Rogers in the Legislative Assembly. Now, my former colleague Sonny Frederick Blake, that's a little surprising, but there is a catch to that, because he has spent quite a bit of time in the Speaker's chair. And there is quite often a bit of pushback from constituents about their elected leader not speaking in the House, whether it be on the cabinet side or on the regular member side. There's some people who don't, a lot of people really don't understand how the Speaker makes the points and lobbies on behalf of their constituents, because they don't do it in a public way. They do it by meeting with cabinet ministers and meeting with regular MLAs, but it's not on the floor of the House where people watch.
It's interesting to say that you say that, because Jackie, you lost the race immediately after you were Speaker. Do you find that serves true?
Yeah, I think so. People don't see us actually really fighting for their issues, but it's
publicly.
Publicly.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, though, we did. Had good working relationships with the Premier, former Premier, and Cabinet, because you'd go meet with them, and it would be a lot easier to get things done that way instead of having to stand up and pound your hand on the table. So,
Garrett, I want to go to you really quickly. We only have a minute here. Anything in those results that surprised you there?
Nothing from there, other than fact, Mackenzie Delta, being that the prior incumbents both represented the riding 4 times, and this is Sonny's 4th election. To bring it down to Yellowknife, those numbers coming out of Frame Lake do make sense. I am getting a lot of unofficial, official numbers there, and I can't wait for people to break the news.
Okay, we'll wait for that. I do want to ask you about when you say that, especially with the Frame Lake, that those numbers make sense. Expand on that, because of course we're seeing Stuart Ray and we're seeing Julian Moore sort of neck and neck, Spencer Tracy trailing behind that, the other 2 candidates, of course, after that. That's not surprising to you that you're seeing that neck and neck race there?
No, Frame Lake is a progressive leading riding, but they have 2 progressive candidates basically anchoring the main candidate out of the progressive sector, Julian Morse down. And Stuart Ray was able to capture the economic development vote very quickly there. It's going to be a question of whether or not he's the anchor or John's the anchor in this point. But I'm getting a feeling here it's going to come down to Stuart and Julian all the way to the end, and it's going to be tight.
Okay, very interesting. Stuart, of course, is a minor, you know, very, very pro-development, very pro-economic development as well. So we'll have to wait and see how that race plays out, Meghan, in the next little while.
Okay, well, let's actually take a look now at the results that we have in for you, and we can see some of these races as they're playing out in real time. So in Inuvik Boot Lake, Denny Rogers right now in the lead with 94 votes. That is ahead of incumbent and former cabinet minister Diane Archie. She has 60. Sally Ross has 47 right now. So Denny Rogers in the lead, leading by 34 votes in Inuvik Boot Lake. In Inuvik Twin Lakes, Lisa Semler, the incumbent, is in the lead. She has 96 votes. Lenore McLeod has 17. So Lisa Semler right now in a comfortable lead with the early results in Inuvik Twin Lake. Now, Nunakput, Lucy Kuptana has 13. Vince Teddy has 3, so a lead of 10 votes there in Nunakput. This will be a new MLA for that riding. There's no incumbent. The incumbent is with us tonight in that district of Nunakput. In the Sawtoo, Daniel McNeely taking the lead over Sawtoo Polly Chinna by 40 votes. So Daniel McNeely has 87 votes. Polly Chinna has 4. And Delphine or Dolly Pirot has 40. Daniel McNeely, not the incumbent, but certainly a well-known face, a former MLA. And he actually faced off before against Polly Chinna, and now they're doing it again in the Sawtoo. In Tunaday-Willaday, Richard Ajericon has 117 votes. He is the incumbent in that riding, elected in a by-election. He is leading by 94 votes over Nadine Delorme, who also ran in that by-election. So Richard Ajericon in the lead. And then the Mackenzie Delta, we were just talking about this with our panel. George Alnerasu in the lead. He has 177 votes over Frederick Blake Jr., the incumbent in that district. That's a lead of 91 votes, a difference of 91 votes between George Nerasu and Frederick Blake Jr. in Mackenzie Delta. And then in Frame Lake, we still have that tie. Stuart Ray and Julian Morse with 36 each. This is one of the more crowded fields, though not the most, that we have in this election. Spencer Tracy has 19, John Stanley 5, Deanna Cornfield 4. Stuart Ray, Julian Morse, though, neck and neck, 36 and 36 with Frame Lake. Those are the results that we have for that district. So with that, let's go back to Leanie Lambrink, who has been covering issues for us all night. Candidates could not escape talk of that major event that affected 2/3 of the territory this year, including you and I, the wildfire evacuations, and of course, all the other disasters that have affected so many. So, Leanie, why don't you walk us through this major issue?
Meghan, emergencies have shaped the last 4 years in the NWT, and so has the government's response to them. The territory has been criticized for a lack of planning, communication, not enough financial support. CBC reporter Luke Carroll looks at how all of this shaped this election.
What does improved emergency management look like? Well, to Elaine Norman, it's increasing the budget of emergency management personnel.
I worked in government for 30-some years, so I know, it was the last item on the budget. And if there was anything that needed to be cut because, to be able to balance the budget, well, that was the first thing that would be cut.
Norman says disaster management can also include infrastructure projects. Sean Welly, the mayor of Fort Simpson, agrees. The community is accessible by ice road in the winter and ferry in the summer. If there was a bridge in the spring of 2021, when Fort Simpson evacuated from devastating flooding, the situation would have been different.
It would have just been a land evacuation, and we could have all driven to either Hay River or Yellowknife, whatever the case would have been, and we wouldn't have been all parked up on top of the hill, living in tents for a week or 10 days. Even getting equipment here, if there's issues with the ferry or the water, there's times when we can't get specialized firefighting equipment across, let's say.
CBC News sent a questionnaire to all 56 candidates asking about priorities. 19 responded by deadline. And of those, 8 mentioned emergency preparedness. That doesn't surprise NWT political commentator David Waselchu.
There hasn't actually been a ton of talk about it. I think some candidates, it certainly come up, and you see it in brochures. Nobody ever mentioned the Emergency Management Act before. Like, that wasn't a thing that people talked about until the last few years, and now it's certainly been an item on the list. I don't know if it's the top issue, and certainly before the election, people were talking about frustration driving them to run or wanting a lot of change out of government.
I can feel the heat here. After the 2016 Fort McMurray wildfires, the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo held an independent review that included lessons learned and recommendations. That community implemented nearly all the recommendations. Some of those included changing the governance structure of emergency management, as well as increasing the training requirements for emergency management personnel. Luke Carroll, CBC News, Yellowknife.
The climate is changing and emergencies will undoubtedly continue. It'll be interesting to see what the territory has learned from the last 4 years, what a new slate of politicians does with that information, and whether the NWT gets any better at dealing with disasters.
Certainly something that we will all be keeping an eye on, something we were all very much affected by this year. Okay, we have Natalie Pressman back. She is with Kieran Testart, a candidate in this election. So Natalie, why don't you tell me what's going on there?
Yes, well, like you said, Meghan, I'm here with Range Lake candidate Kieran Testart at his headquarters here at the Stanton Suites. And there are no official results yet from elections NWT, but I understand that your campaign scrutineers say that it looks like you're going back to the legislature. So maybe I'll just start by asking you, what does that mean to have your own scrutineers?
Yeah, well, it means that we have volunteers who sit at each poll as it's being counted and then report the results back to the campaign. So we're at this point, we're very confident that we can safely declare victory tonight.
Okay, safely declare victory. All right. Well, of course, you've been in the House before. What are you going to do differently this time?
Well, I mean, it's a big question, and I think the only way to answer that is to know who else gets elected tonight, because you can't do it alone. You need to work with all 18 other members. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the rest of the results tonight. I'm really overjoyed to have this opportunity to serve my community again, and the trust Range Lakers have placed in me. It matters so much to me and my family. This was a family campaign. We all worked, together to support each other and support the riding and support our neighborhood. And to have that trust returned really means a lot to me. And I'm not going to let Range Lake down, And I'm ready to go. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and get to work on day one, which will be any day now.
Okay, thank you so much. That's Kieran Testart here at his campaign headquarters at Stanton Suites.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Okay, we do have some more results to bring you, so let's get that board up and see what's happening. This is Yellowknife North. Shauna Morgan in a pretty big lead over Bruce Valpy. So Shauna Morgan has 342 votes. Bruce Valpy has 169, and John Howe has 26. Shauna Morgan, a Yellowknife City Councillor who is running in this election, of course, for MLA, and Bruce Valpy, a well-known newspaper publisher and journalist with NNSL for decades. So both of those names are quite well known. Shauna Morgan right now in Yellowknife North has 342 votes, a lead of 173 over Bruce Valpy, who has 169 votes. Again, that is in Yellowknife North. Okay, we have had a lot of results. We've had a lot of pieces that are moving, so I think it's really important now that we can go to our Indigenous language broadcasters. They will bring you the results in your languages, the official languages of the Northwest Territories. So let's go to them now. You are watching NWT Votes.
Injojo satugo since Zimmer and William City Drake it is a way better Taleka in Ducat if Dure Dieter Satugo see Danny McNeely see that quickly. Make it a way got a mere get we see like on o Honan and tie on there goes a gate see Dolly Piro see son no son goes of I see Palachina see Solanos ending connect a yak eterewe in Dugoga goes so ditre see on a anake concute see Lisa Semler see detail so tonos and type like eterewe goes so yek see Lenorna McLeod Honen Oslating Goosey Golatiuta Goga City Josie Tune day see Richard Jerry can see here like on and sending connect a big back at Terewe goes so Nadine the Lorm see Nakiono ding. Goosey Goya Nake Congo Kute see I ye Denny Rogers led it in Sita quickly see Tono ding on there. Goes so ye gately see Diane Archie and town no. He goes so ye see that it Sally Ross City DC Diono Latin. Because we did say on a new put good they see Lucy Captana eat acquihitly. You see acquihitly goes or Honan or Thai goes so you see Terry Vinci Thai beggar. Gugaretla Goosey see on Mackenzie Delta see George Nursu. See, like on Latin, goes a Frederick Blake Jr. seats Indigenous and Tigers or Richard Ross Jr. see Asila Inducey Dory Malagana, a Kego Dega.
Queenak Mergan, o god ke shooting it Hogaili Rod and Du Karagatigut, Daiwaganegit, ke shooting Kamerkangat, Frederick Blake Jr. Duglirok Bangmapak 86 Haktok, Hevelirok George Nursu 177 Naligogani Haktok, Richard Ross Jr. Naligog Hangachok Bangmapak, Nunakpat me Lucy Kuptana Hevelirok Bangmapak Holi Ada Kulit Bingahongnik 13 Nigun, Vince Terry Duglirok Bingahongnik, Inuvik Bootleg me. Denny Rogers, Hivalirok, 94 Kaktok, Diane Archie, Duglirok, 60 Naligogani Kaktok, Sally Ross, Binger Hirok, 47 Naligogani Kaktok, Inuvik Twin Lakes me, Lisa Simler, Hivalirok Huli, 96 Nick Kichutinga, Lenore McLeod, 17 Nick Duglirok Bagmapak, Satu Nunan Lanin, Polly China, 58 Nick Bikaktuk Naligogani Nick Bingaharok, Danny McNeely Hivalirok 116 Nikun, Delphine Piero Dugalirok 59 Nick Naligogani Nick, Daiwa Faganek Dugud K Tuti Fagamik at Nagalu. Ahin Yellowknife me Kufi Okongat ang Marok CBC me Iglongat ni Doubted Lagiki Naligogani Nick Inuita about it lagay CBC North me, Newcut Laruhilu, Mukbarat Laruhilu, 5002 Forest Drive, Upkudingat ni Yellowknife me. Tahanek to he William Firth, Daiwaganek to Case Chinning.
Masi ya achanda tenet enokun achura chanda dinji dan leads achira changenja goli ya achanda drochet inuve gwizet changenja gudin that or chanda chi Denny Rogers richanji that 94 de igia nudes achira chanda Diane Archie ira chanda dwind E60 de ira chanda gunu ge chan Sally Ross ida chanda 47 de Gechad the chanted nitchen go under chanik it under chanisik dunner that Lisa Semlers a chan kochi aha 9068 at Ivan E rechanted Lenora McLeod 17 de and chan ehti tat engia a chanda chidik ejeta kunuri chanda George Sue rechanted 177 de Gechad the chanted Wind E Frederick Blake Jr. I rechanted 8060 and the chant at Wind E rechanted Richard Ross Jr. I rechanted Gwishet Gwitin the Tlokwa yeah a chanted Chuve Gwiti Richan Genja Gwitin the Tlod at Lucy Captana 13 de Geched the chan Wind E Vince Teddy I rechanted Tick de Sa 2 Genja rechanted Gwitin the Tlo Danny McNeely I rechanted 116 de Geched the chan Wind E Dolly Piero I rechanted 59 and Adwind E rechanted Polly China 58 de I thakrachant ahead at Jigen Jaquitin the Tlo Initliku and goods a rechanted at Itichi I thakrachant at Nokuts and Gatsi Shritso Kaike Gujatud Jigen Jakatki I rechanted Leika Ejakrachant Govori Nigini I and the chanta Juden Kahiku Guatsi I chanted Guchidri Gutakunyanju Akotat Nohaku Quantak I cook at Richan Kweda Genjet Nelly Quit Equandorichan Nokuts at Nakihicha Ye achanda chetiku kakrachanda hatot ak masi.
Welcome back, and a big thank you, Masi Koyanaini, to our Indigenous language broadcasters. We want to give you a very important update on the results we're bringing you. The issues with the data coming into us from the data provider are fixed, and we are back on track, thank goodness. Our vote totals were always correct, and now we are happy to say our poll totals are correct as well. So let's get to some results, including some breaking news for you. Yellowknife North, our first projected election, Shauna Morgan. We are projecting at CBC Shauna Morgan will be the new MLA for Yellowknife North. Right now, she has 549 votes over Bruce Valpy, who has 280. This is still with 5 of 14 polls reporting, but we are projecting that Shauna Morgan will step away from Yellowknife City Council and into the Legislative Assembly with 549 votes, a lead of 269 over Bruce Valpy. That's in Yellowknife North. In Range Lake, these are our first results from Range Lake that we've gotten in. We, of course, heard from Kieran Testart earlier in our show, speaking with Natalie Pressman, but these are our first results, and he is in the lead, 307 votes. That is a lead of 160 over Aaron Reed, who right now is trailing behind Nicole Sock in third place. So Kieran Testart taking the lead in Range Lake with 7 of 16 polls reporting in that district. In Nahende, the first we've seen from this district, Sharon Allen is taking a very early lead, 1 of 17 polls reporting, and you see it's a crowded field right there, but Sharon Allen has 16, leading by 4 over the incumbent Shane Thompson, a cabinet minister, including during the wildfires where he was very active in that. So right now, Sharon Allen taking the lead by only 4 votes in these early results from Nahende, our most crowded field tonight. Okay, so some really early results in there, and it was really great to get those polls going. And next we're going to go to Luke Carroll. You can see he is standing by with incumbent Katrina Knockleby, hoping to get her seat back for Great Slave. Luke?
Yeah, that's right. So I'm here with incumbent Katrina Knockleby, and right now, Katrina, we don't know any results. How are you feeling about that?
You know, it'd be nice to know by now, but you know, I'm feeling good. I'm calm, and you know, kind of made my peace with whatever will be tonight. So.
Gotcha. So you don't have any scrutineers at the polling station right now?
No, I had a lot of faith in the returning officers and the people that were working there. It's been a little bit of a campaign that's been tough to kind of nail people down, tough time of the year. So I just thought, you know what, I'm going to put my faith in their hands. So.
And campaign is over. Looking back on it, what do you think was the biggest issue of this election?
Definitely the cost of living and the healthcare, I think. Housing as well. I mean, every time I go to think about what the biggest issue is, I can go down a rabbit hole of many other issues. But yeah, people are getting really concerned about the cost of living here in the North, for sure.
And Katrina, having served a term, I mean, not saying it's over yet, but if it was, what would you want your legacy to be as MLA?
Well, I think my legacy will be that I was an MLA that always advocated. I asked hard questions. I was willing to listen to everybody, and it wasn't just Great Slave constituents that I did advocate for. So I'm known as an MLA that cares, and to me, I'm really proud of that.
And so tell me, we don't know the results yet. You said your bedtime's coming up soon. Are you planning to stay up and wait until you do hear them, though?
Yes, but I don't think I'm going to stay out here. I'll probably go home, get into my pajamas, and just sit at home with the cats and see what happens. So.
And yeah, other than not knowing the results, how's the evening been so far, though?
It's been good. It's been good catching up with some friends and getting out. I've been sort of more focused on the campaign and the results, and it's kind of nice just to have almost like feels like a bit of a social evening. So yeah, I'm feeling good.
All right, so I was joined by Katrina Knockleby, the incumbent for Great Slave. We'll throw it back to you, Meghan. We're still waiting for some results here.
Thank you so much, Luke. Okay, with that, we do have some more results to share with you. Things are really moving now. And this is in Hay River South, the first that we've heard from this district tonight. Vince McKay in the lead. I'm hearing some very strong reaction from my panel. Hope we're going to go there soon. So Vince McKay leading in Hay River South with 148 votes. Wally Schumann in second with 121 votes, a former MLA, and then incumbent Rocky Simpson trailing behind in third with 85 votes. Some early results for Hay River South. This is 2 of 10 reporting, but Vince McKay right now in the lead in Hay River South. And we have one more result to share with you. Great Slave. Okay, finally we're getting some results for this district. We were just talking about how we hadn't seen anything yet. And Kate Reid is taking the lead with one of 12 polls reporting. So these are early results for Great Slave. But Kate Reid in the lead with 50 votes. Just coming up behind her is Stacey Arden-Smith with 48. So only a 2-vote spread there. And then Katrina Knockleby, the incumbent for Great Slave that you just heard speaking there with Luke, is creeping up as well with 34 votes. So Kate Reid right now taking the lead in Great Slave with 50 votes, but really close in there with one of 12 polls reporting. So certainly something that we'll keep an eye on. That's Great Slave District, Kate Reid in first. I heard some really audible reaction from our panel to some of those results. So Hilary, why don't you tell me what they're saying?
Yeah, well, let's go to them to hear what they're saying. Jane, I want to start with you. That was the one I think where most people were reacting to was Vince McKay. You saw the former MLAs, Wally Schumann, Rocky Simpson, trailing behind Vince McKay. Is that something that you thought? Obviously still very early in the number of polls that are reporting, but is that something that you think could come to fruition, that Vince McKay takes the seat?
Well, 2 out of 10 polls isn't very many so far. At the top of the show tonight, I said that I thought that they would be close and it would be a hard riding to call, and that would be one to have your eye on tonight. So the early results are showing that Vince is doing very well. Vince is a Hay River boy. He's, corrections officer for decades, firefighter for 30 years, town council for 15 years, just so many friends, really involved in the fire efforts this summer when Hay River was threatened. And so there's no doubt that Vince is a very popular guy, but I think it would be premature to call it at this point with only 2 of 10 polls reporting. And yeah, like I said, 3 very credible candidates for Hay River South. So we'll be watching that one. We're going to be on pins and needles for a while yet.
Garrett, anything in those results that are sort of surprising you at all? Obviously, still very, very early on.
Well, I got to bring it back to the Testart campaign. As I was saying earlier, I was watching Range Lake, and love him or hate him, Kieran Testart has proven to be one of the most talented politicians of his generation. He literally jumped from Cam Lake to Range Lake. That's never happened before. The closest it happened was Tony Whitford when he used to represent Frame Lake South, got defeated by Seamus, came back to represent Cam Lake. Kieran's experience really came into play here, and I have to say I'm incredibly proud of him. I'm going to try not to get emotional on this whole point here, but a lot of this we have to put into memory of Mike Burchill, who was his campaign manager last time, and sadly passed away in the last few years. And I know the emotion that is running for that team, and I just have to say to them, I'm incredibly proud of you, and you did amazing.
All right. Jackie, we are seeing in your neck of the woods 2 cabinet ministers and a speaker trailing behind other candidates. What do you make of that?
Well, too close to call yet. I mean, I'm waiting till it gets a little bit tighter. I mean, the one poll could change it all, and I'm not going to get caught in that crossfire.
Playing it safe here, hey?
But, oh yeah, I am playing it safe. But just another comment to what with Mike Burchill. Mike Burchill was a good friend of mine, and at the assembly used to tie my ties for me, and he's sadly missed. And I'm happy for Kieran and his family because I knew him since he was a little boy when they grew up in Tuck with his mom and dad. So I'm excited for him. I'm excited for the assembly to accept him back in, and he's going to do some good things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jane, I want to end with you. We saw in Nahende, obviously, very early results. Shane Thompson, though, trailing very slightly. And then we saw that pact there, of course, about emergency measures and emergency planning, or what some people call a lack thereof. How do you think that will play in to not just Shane Thompson's campaign and this election, his election here, him possibly or possibly not getting his seat back, but also some of the other cabinet ministers who were part of this government when all of this happened?
Yeah, so I think that that was a hard role that Shane found himself in, dealing with all of those things. And yes, there are people out there that are unhappy with his performance on his portfolios during this, but you know, I don't know. I'm not in any position to criticize because I don't really know who could have done better. It was very, very difficult. But I didn't think there would be much of a chance of him losing his seat, because when you take the people who are not his supporters and divide it amongst 6 candidates running against, is it 5 or 6 candidates?
I think there's 6 candidates in total.
Yeah, so 5 candidates running against him. I mean, it would be pretty shocking if the incumbent in this particular instance is not the winner here tonight. So early on, early results, I would be surprised not to see Shane Thompson back in the legislature.
Okay, well, we have at least one prediction there. At least someone's willing to make a call here. Yes, we will have to wait and see. Again, these are incredibly early results in a number of ridings. We are seeing, of course, the poll numbers tick up as the night goes on. So, Meghan, lots of results coming in. Hopefully soon we'll see some check marks besides some MLAs, and we can get a bit more analysis over on this side over here.
Absolutely. We've seen 1 check mark so far, and you can look at the bottom right corner of your screen. That is where the results for the top 3 candidates will be cycling through. About every 2.5 minutes is when you can expect to see your riding. So keep an eye there for results, and of course we will bring you results as we get them. Let us now go to the People's Hall, though, with Lawrence Nayali. He has been there with us. Hey, Lawrence, he's been there with us all night talking to people. So Lawrence, what's going on right now?
Hey, Meghan. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are here in the People's Hall. We've been chatting throughout the evening just about the election results. Sitting next to me is the Executive Director of Ecology North, Don Tremblay. And Don's work is in environment and, of course, ecology. So, Don, just basing off of what you're seeing tonight and just some of your own concerns when it comes to our environment, what are you hoping the next sitting government will tackle when it comes to our issues around climate here in the North?
Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. I think that we have all experienced the climate crisis, whether it was directly through displacement as a result of floods or fires, or indirectly through the supply chain for goods and services. So I think that the climate crisis is really on the forefront of people's concerns. And I think as a result, there is going to be a strong need for the next government to show really strong leadership in tackling the climate crisis. They're going to need to cooperate and collaborate to take strong climate action, because we need climate action now, and these things can't wait. Yeah. We're experiencing the triple threat of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And these things aren't new. We've had elders telling us that there's things changing, and we know that there's changes happening. And so we need strong action from all of our elected officials.
And that's what you would like to see for this next government?
Yes, and I think the results coming in with Shauna Morgan show a really strong example that people are speaking with their votes and want to see those types of changes.
Okay. Now, when you say climate action, what does that look like?
Yeah, and that's a really good question because it can look really different, but it can be something really basic in terms of helping individuals that want to make change. So, for example, people that want to retrofit their house. Those types of programs and services that are offered at Arctic Energy Alliance. Even like the e-bike subsidy. So that gets people biking with their e-bikes, but it can also go so far as having the government declare a climate emergency and having measurable targets and goals set as a result of that are achievable and measurable.
Okay, thank you so much, Dawn.
Thank you, Lawrence.
That was Dawn Tremblay, who is the Executive Director of Ecology North, and we'll swing things back over to Meghan Mussey. Thank you.
Thank you, Snussie, Lawrence. Okay, we have some results to bring you right now, and these are the closest races in the territory right now. Let's take a look at these close calls. Great Slave, 2 of 12 polls reporting, and now Stacey Arden-Smith, a Yellowknife City councillor, is in the lead with 82 votes, but she only has a lead of 3 over Kate Reid, who has 79 votes, and then incumbent Katrina Knockleby has 53. So with 2 of 12 polls reporting in Great Slave, some slim margins there, but the incumbent right now trailing in third, and Stacey Arden-Smith, a Yellowknife City councillor, in first, leading in with 82 votes, a lead of 3. Very close race. Nunakput, well, there you go. 3 of 12 polls reporting. Vince Teddy has 19. Lucy Kaptana also has 19. So we have a tie right now in Nunakput. This will be a new MLA for that region. 3 of 12 polls reporting early results, but couldn't be tighter. There's 19 votes for each candidate. Frame Lake, we have 16 of 14 polls reporting. This is a crowded field. Julian Morse right now in the lead with 28 votes over his person in second place, trailing behind Spencer Tracy. So Julian Morse has 201 votes, Spencer Tracy 173. Stuart Ray nipping at the heels though with 164. So those 3 candidates right now in Frame Lake, Julian Morse, Spencer Tray, and Stuart Ray are pretty close with 6 of 14 polls reporting. But right now, Julian Morse is out on top in Frame Lake. And then we go to Nahende, 1 of 17 polls reporting, also a very close race right now. Early results, but right now Sharon Allen is in the lead. She has 16 votes. Incumbent Shane Thompson, though, is right behind her with 12. And then Les Wright has 9, and Hilary Deneron 5. Josh P.T. Campbell has 3, and no votes right now for Mavis Klimashow. This is the most crowded field and a lot going on there. Now we go to Inuvik Twin Lakes. We have 2 of 8 polls reporting. Lisa Sembler, the incumbent, has 96, and Lenora McLeod has 17. So a 79 vote spread right now in Inuvik Twin Lakes with 2 of 8 polls reporting. Lisa Sembler is the incumbent, and she is also standing by with our Des Loreen, who is live in Inuvik. Des, over to you.
Hey, thank you so much, Megan. We are here again with Lisa Sembler here, the incumbent MLA. We've got some very early numbers, like you said, from Elections NWT, but Lisa here has got some news. She's got her own scrutineers on the ground, and they've got results in. So, Lisa, what are the numbers saying here?
The numbers, my scrutineers have come back to my house, and the numbers have been counted unofficially. I'm coming back to the house.
Well, there we go. We have it here. Lisa Sembler here with her numbers coming in early here ahead of Elections NWT with only 2 of 8 polls. So, Lisa, now this campaign here, what have you been hearing from the people in the community about what they want from the MLA going forward?
They want the MLAs to work together, and that's something that I'm always willing to work with anybody. I've always been willing to work with the cabinet that we've had in the past and the regular members. So that's important. The other things that I've been hearing are the ones that, is affecting us throughout the territory. Cost of living. Cost of living in the Beaufort Delta in Inuvik we are being hit hard with cost of living of everything. It's becoming unbearable for people to stay. So we need to fix that. We need to come up with ways, and we need to work together to be able to get this, make Inuvik and make the rest of the territories a place where people want to live. The other, in this past campaign, we have lost many young adults, and my thoughts and prayers go out to all those families that are suffering right now. Yeah. We as a territory, we need to get serious. We need to get serious on wellness and treating our people in the territory. I guess the official election results must be in.
Somebody's celebrating up there for some reason. But yes, like you said, there's a lot of very serious issues here, a lot of health and wellness. Now, speaking of wellness, a lot of people in the region have been yelling for this local wellness center to be done. The Gwich'in have their wellness center happening here. We're just looking to connect the pieces here. How do you think we can manage that in the coming years?
Within this government, there's been a lot of money going that we, regular MLAs, pushed through budgets and added money to go towards Indigenous governments for wellness. The other thing is we have to seriously look. We had treatment centers in the past and they didn't work. We need to go back and we need to look at this again, and we need to have something. We cannot be continuing to lose people. And if people can walk out and go into a facility within the territories, it's going to be a lot easier for them to go, especially with culturally relative programming and specialized programming.
So now you're going to take all this here with you now. You've got the early projections in here. We can hear people yelling upstairs here now. Tell me what the next 4 years are going to be like for you, just to wrap this up here.
So the next 4 years, once we leave here next Monday. That's the schedule. So whoever gets elected tonight is going to be in Yellowknife, and they're going to start all of the work to do. They're going to start with gathering together and figuring. A lot of the new ones are going to be figuring out what they're doing as MLAs, and the rest of us, like the ones, if there's them that are coming back, we'll be working with the new MLAs. And I had some really good MLAs that sat on the regular members. They kind of guided us along to make sure we were, knew what we needed to get done.
Right.
Explain committee work to us, because when we're going through orientation, it's like drinking from a fire hose. But I credit the success of some of the work that I have done as a regular member to being able to have those people sitting beside me.
Excellent. Well, Lisa, we'll let you get back up to the party here. Lisa Semler here, everybody. MLA Boot Lake, thank you so much. And we'll talk to Twin Lakes. And we'll talk to you guys very soon. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Des. Okay, we have two candidates who had their own scrutineers bringing them their own results. Not something totally uncommon to happen, but certainly something interesting to talk about, as are all of the results that we've gotten so far. So let's throw it to our panel. Hilary?
Yeah, of course, Megan. I'll go first to Garrett, who's here on his phone, getting all the latest details. But I want to ask you. You started off tonight saying that Great Slave was the riding to watch. And you, based on these results, it seems like your predictions of it coming down to Stacey Arden-Smith and Kate Reid seem correct. What do you make of the results tonight that you're seeing, though they're early?
Well, if it's early results are indicating anything, it's demonstrating Katrina's vote is collapsing, and it looks like it's jumping over to Stacey. Now, that's not to say that can't change at any time, but something that we're seeing with Yellowknife North, Great Slave, Range Lake, and Frame Lake is that experience is making a difference. It looks like that the decisions that happened in the 19th Assembly, going for a bunch of candidates and electing MLAs who had no prior experience, is something that the electorate is fearful this time of doing. So instead, they're putting in city councillors. They're
You're
putting
talking
in
about
MLAs.
Julian Morris, Shauna Morgan, Stacey Arden-Smith is who you're looking
on
at.
test start. Looks like the prior experience working in the versions, or either in the city government or the legislative assembly, is something that is really giving them a bounce here. I have to say, again, in GSL, that could change at any time. Kate is a very good campaigner, and she has put in the effort in this election like almost no other, but so has Stacey. And what we're seeing, too, is Stacey is very talented when it comes down to charming at the door, but Kate has been getting data. So I'm very curious how that one's going to work. And I just have to point out for Yellowknife North, that turnout is insane. Everywhere else, it's basically barren as the barren lands out there.
Right, it's been a tough turnout year. It's looking like, at least with the results coming in, but a very high turnout in Yellowknife North as well. So, Jane, I want to go to you. We're seeing the polls continue to come in for Hay River. it looks like Vince McKay still has a lead. We're seeing more votes come in for Wally Schuman and Rocky Simpson. Neck and neck. Is that what you expected?
Yep, that's what I said at the beginning of the show. That's going to be a close race. That's the one to watch. And it looks like Vince has a pretty commanding lead right at the moment. So, but like I said, he worked hard, and this is something he's been contemplating for a very long time.
And it's obvious that people, if that is the way that these poll numbers go, that people in Hay River are ready for change. Two former MLAs, are the people who didn't get the votes at this point in time, at least. But again, very, very early on in Hay River, we still don't have any numbers for the other riding there. So we'll have to wait and see, Meghan. Hopefully they come in soon.
Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get more results. Okay, now that we've had a few more results, we've even had one projected winner by CBC. I think it's time now to go to our Indigenous language broadcasters to bring us the results in their languages. So we'll pass it over to our Indigenous language broadcasters. You are watching NWT Votes.
Harriet Polity, Zontan, Diet, Ekatetso Hotlego, Dizon Kegoni, that yet and Nuvik, Ekiagots, and Twin Lake, a yet a husent, that's it. Ho, no. It I Lisa similar, we yet a shot hono dots and send lot at a ho, no, yik et, echo, that's Lenora McLeod, we ye, hono dots on Sunday. Gods on Gatsiet Adi Nuvig bootleg a yisent D Donne Dene Rogers we ye it's like one no dots on Sondiano dots on Sondi. It at egg who minister in lesson Diane Archie a yit a yik egg diano dots on egg at high. A gods on hot on it descent at a ye sent out in Degon Wawada. So deal no. In the ground at the Litsoke a year Tuna day will a day hagoyek at Tesot at Richard a jerkon did you say that in like no doubts a hundred dozen AKD at a hon no adzat a queer head that za Nadine the alarm no doubts on D. Ayat sangat sin what this yet Mackenzie Delta Digye Ginnick Eki Goods and Digi don't George L. Nursu ye it's like one no doubts on Sontia no doubts on Sonti in Sagita a goods on wake what da Eka test what I what da in lesson of Frederick Blake we ye Ek ediano dots on ek et ha at art a ye wiki ho on. Zont art Jim Hope, la here go do.
Masi Harriet. Dila get the laka cutting key rights key satsiga tasunian and he was a dual kai de tana it's the canula de go in DG 9 de go the decho Here North goes and here for South, here for South goes and 9 deaths on Sanka, they don't kako a talk 9 deaths and get a miko at the the Sharon Island la Honots and ties on they can make it up Shane Thompson, the column Kiriko at the Emily in Lelo Nikoke, on Kira sound there was a less right la slowly with Hilary Denner la Sinlai with Josh Campbell la tie with maybe clean Michel like me I get tasting dale. Because here South don't you go tell that then it ties and it goes you the Vince McKay are gonna take on Kira don't or something on us and light out gonna take when they was Michaela Wally Schuman the tissue how they think high could go Emily Lelo the go get on Killa don't or kill us Dita go get the go not they should like go Emily think high Lelo the Rocky Simpson let you not they Cleon Kilaton or Tyra Sanko Kionde, because she died Nuvik Twin Boot Lake, like me tired, wanted Denny Rogers la sela kuna theunde la sel unkila dono was sera sa kuna theunde mikela Diane Archie ka sakwa intalo de sela dono di no di da sa ko kionde ko no de la sali Ross la sela dono ukiono di yasade ko de jinda in Nuvik Twin Lakes dondi ko tala chen dene unki handi ko get da de zinigno less Lisa similar la kuna the down key sela dono Latin honos laida sa kuna the urte eti la kitoli de get down kondila de Marlene groups la tito kondinatsen kadiga
Masi Jim Kutun three no bag ayes kielo three dana balit igisi yet doon three to nether will it dates and her day ye Ricky jerkin a ye three dana Beziha ein lesi yet doon three dana bezini on see ye Shuno nods in get diantals and babale gedut in a dean der lorma ye no nods and deans and babale get the ye to bat chats and her day ye ye three then a year yon three nin clearly yet at it and a bazith lowly at you Connie then a Connie Benwello J McDonald a Freedom Marcellus a it and a health at Dossie a yet a bazia on see yet don't three a ye but in her day yet home a yet is an in clearly yet a way a new Victorian Lakes in ye Lisa similar ye hone nana Leo yet a jump all the chits in her day ye Yelnef North a ye Shauna Morgan a ye hone now a yet a no puts in her day ye Lucia ye at home te gully huno nuts in salon nuts a cots and papa get the events a ye a conuts in some lots and papa get the yet a Mackenzie Deltats and her day ye a ye don't George L. near Sue ye Clono nuts in Standards and papa get the yet a Frederick Blake Jr. ye a donuts in a cots and papa get the yet a Richard Ross Jr. ye at home a ye 0 ye at 2 John brought on 3 cut in your kia the hanidit allo ye kanisa zi hunt un or held deal ha mercy John North Aussie.
Welcome back. You are watching NWT Votes, and we are ready to make another projection. Let's take a look at the results as they are coming in. Nunakput. CBC is projecting Lucy Kuptana will take the seat right now with 10 of 12 polls reporting Lucy Kuptana has 153 votes. Vince Teddy has 65. So this is in the district of Nunakput. Lucy Kuptana, CBC is projecting, will go to the Legislative Assembly as the new MLA-elect for Nunakput with 10 of 12 polls reporting. Lucy has 153 votes with a lead of 88 over Vince Teddy. This one we know from before, Yellowknife North. Shauna Morgan, CBC is projecting as the winner of that district with 7 of 14 polls reporting. Shauna has 659 votes and Bruce Valpy has 332. So a 327 vote spread there with 7 of 14 polls reporting. And CBC is projecting that Shauna Morgan will be going to the Legislative Assembly as MLA-elect for Yellowknife North, a new MLA. Let's go now to Natalie Pressman. She is out in Yellowknife for us tonight. Natalie, where are you?
Megan, I am at the Bowling Green building with Shauna Morgan, who CBC is projecting will be headed to the 20th Assembly. You can hear her supporters behind her. So, Shauna, it's been a long, hard-fought campaign, and as you know, this is really just the beginning. So, when you head to the Assembly, what will be the first thing that you prioritize?
I think the first thing I'll prioritize will be getting to know my colleagues because, I mean, as we all know, in consensus government, those kind of relationships and connections really matter. So I want to be really getting to know on a personal level my colleagues and then really focusing on finding where are the common ground between the priorities that we've been talking about during the campaign and other aspects of our perspectives, because pretty soon we're going to be working on strategic priorities. So we want to make sure that, I mean, we've all heard we need more focused strategic priorities, fewer of them, some clear outcomes that we're striving towards. And so the sooner we can get talking about where are the overlaps and the common ground, the better.
Do you plan to put your name forward for Premier?
You know, we'll see how that goes. I don't imagine I could put my name forward for Premier as a brand new MLA, but I certainly want to start those conversations and relationships with the other people and see who we've got in the group, because that is also the magic of consensus government, is that you never know who is the Premier, how that will emerge, and then how the cabinet will be chosen. But certainly I think the first step is that relationship building.
When you are casting your vote for Premier, what are some of the things you're going to be thinking about?
I think we need someone with real ability to lead and manage people. So we need someone with certainly vision and ideas, but also someone who's really skilled at building that consensus and building those connections so we can all be pulling in the right direction. I think that's sometimes not emphasized enough. We talk about issues and ideas, but we don't talk about the personality traits that make a really skilled leader.
Okay, thank you so much for that. That's Shauna Morgan, who CBC projects as the MLA-elect for Yellowknife North here at the Bowling Green building.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Nice to hear the cheering crowd there. Okay, with that, we have another projection to make. Let's take a look. In Inuvik Twin Lakes, Lisa Semler, the incumbent, with 5 of 8 polls reporting, CBC is projecting that she will go back to the Legislative Assembly. Lisa Semler has 175 votes over her challenger, Lenora McLeod, who has 66. So in Inuvik Twin Lakes, CBC is projecting Lisa Semler will go back to the Legislative Assembly. Our first results for Yellowknife Centre in tonight, Robert Hawkins in the lead with 4 of 14 polls reporting. This will be a familiar name to people. He is a former MLA right now. He has 226 votes, leading over Matt Spence, who we heard from earlier in the night, who has 154. And then Ambe Chenemu, a well-known activist in the community, has 126. So Robert Hawkins, our first results for Yellowknife Centre, he is out in the lead with 4 of 14 polls reporting. Okay, we've got some more projected elects. We've got some results in for Yellowknife Centre. So let's go to our panel and see what they have to say about all of this.
Absolutely. Thanks, Megan. Jackie, you know who who's going to be following your footsteps in Nunavut, Lucy Kaptana. What do you have to say to that?
No, I'm excited. I'm excited for Lucy. I'm excited for our next MLA to work with this new 20th Assembly to do good things for Nunavut. And I'd also like to thank both Vince too for putting his name forward, and because there's always a winner and a loser. But at the end of the day, when you wake up in the morning, you just keep moving forward. But I'm really excited for Nunavut as a whole, and I know that we'll be in good hands.
Absolutely. A huge shout out to everyone who put their name forward in this election. It's a huge time commitment, and of course it's the only way that we can make this democracy happen. That's so big shout out to everyone. Jane, you saw there, Yellowknife Centre, Robert Hawkins, a pretty significant lead early though at this point. You worked with Robert Hawkins for a little while. What is your reaction to that?
Robert, don't make me come back there. Sounds like he's going to do well. Robert's a great guy, and I did work with him, and it was an interesting time in our government, that's for sure. And yeah, I'm happy for him, Robert, tonight. I mean, all the results aren't in yet, but if he makes it back there, he certainly worked very hard for it, and he's had his heart set on it for a long time.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people who maybe ran in the last election, lost the election, coming back and doing quite well. Danny McNeely as well, as we're seeing a quite significant lead. Garrett, you have any reaction to Robert Hawkins' lead there? I know that you worked with Ambe Chenemu on his campaign for a little while as well.
Still early. We'll have to wait and see what comes on that one. But I'm just going to have to say it's an interesting pick, and it's also demonstrating to what I was saying earlier, how experience is really playing here. Though they're going to be possibly choosing the MLA who was the representative when downtown went from a vibrant community to a place where bootlegger clothes, for God's sakes. It's going to be very interesting, but as I said, it's still early.
Okay. Well, all right.
He's not willing to concede yet.
No one is willing to. No one is really starting to jump around. I want to ask you though, because we are seeing some movement away from the status quo of who was before. Diane Archie, I'm seeing, Polly Chinna may not be back in the legislature this year. Is that something that surprises you?
No, it's looking like for the third cycle in a row, we're doing a purge election, and which is demonstrating that the people are really not happy with their current representation. I'd like to be able to see the 20th Assembly get to a place of what is to more stable, so when the next cycle pops around, the candidates who put their names up will be able to have the possibility of going to a second term, because we, as a system, cannot continuously go with new MLAs after new MLAs after new MLAs. That's how we get trapped into situations where the inexperience comes into play when we're dealing with crises and disasters.
You're saying that we need people like Jane Groenewegen and Jackie, who it almost seems like we don't have any of those anymore, where you have people who have 5 terms, 3 terms. It's been a long time since we've seen sort of that consistency in the legislature.
People are unsatisfied until they get something that satisfies them, whether that is a change to the evolution of our consensus system or how our representatives conduct themselves in the House. I think we're going to continue with purge elections.
Okay, well, we'll have to see if we continue on with that. Again, still early. A number of polls have not come in. Jane, we haven't even heard anything from the other district in Hay River. No polls there in yet for that. So Meghan, we'll have to see if the purge, as Garrett calls this, continues tonight.
Certainly a story to watch throughout tonight is how the incumbents will be doing. Let's take a look now at more results and get some of those answers. Hopefully, Hay River South, a really tight race. This is what our panel is saying. This is what is playing out right now. Vince McKay in the lead with 275 votes, but former MLA Wally Schuman with 224, not far behind. And then Rocky Simpson, the incumbent MLA, 203. This is with 5 of 10 polls reporting. So a really tight race in Hay River South right now. Vince McKay is in the lead with 51 votes over his person in second place, Wally Schuman. And here's Hay River North. You asked, we delivered. This is RJ Simpson's riding. He is the incumbent, and right now, with 1 of 10 polls reporting, very early results, but he is leading by 7 over Michael Wallington and Hans Wiedemann. So RJ Simpson, the incumbent, a well-known cabinet minister, has 8 votes right now in Hay River North, a lead of 7 over 2 other opponents. This is with 1 of 10 polls reporting, so really early results. And here is Inuvik Boot Lake. Denny Rogers is in the lead right now with 4 of 10 polls reporting. He has 57 more votes right now than Diane Archie, who is the incumbent in Inuvik Boot Lake. So Denny Rogers right now, 201 votes, Diane Archie 144, and Sally Ross 124 in Inuvik Boot Lake, 4 of 10 polls reporting right now in this district. And let's stay in this district. That is where Des Loreen is right now. Des, you're back with Denny, so tell me what's going on there.
Well, I am back here with Denny Rogers. As you said, Elections NWT is reporting 4 out of 10 polls. It's loud here. It's excited. People here are getting early news in. We've talked to scrutineers here, and they're saying that Denny Rogers is going to be the next MLA for Boot Lake. So, Denny, obviously you're feeling great here. What's the first thing you want to get to work and get done here for your community?
Well, first of all, I'm going to take a nap if I am the successful winner. And first of all, I'd like to say a big thank you to both Sally and Diane for running a great campaign. It takes a lot of courage and a lot of work in the past month to do this, so certainly all respect to them. There's a lot of issues. Obviously, as I spoke about a little earlier, a lot of the information we've been getting door to door and speaking to folks. So right now, it's just focus on getting down there, finding out who we have as a team down there, and getting to work.
So you've got a lot of people here supporting you. You're here. You're right in downtown now. Your constituency office is going to be here now. Is that correct?
That is the plan, yes.
Perfect. So now you've got a lot of people here, a lot of people supporting you here, a lot of big things. No pressure, obviously, Denny. But tell us how you're going to represent the people of Inuvik here as best you can.
I'm going to be visible. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be accountable. So I'll be easy to find, just like I did when I was mayor for this amazing community. And, government works best when you're listening to your residents, and I'll certainly be doing that on a regular basis.
Excellent. So now I've been asking people here about these addictions. We've got we've got alcohol awareness here, plenty of mental health addictions here. What are we going to see for a wellness center in the region?
Well, there's no secret we need one. I think the only way to do that is to have, as I've said throughout my campaign, a whole-of-community approach. I think it's going to take both the Indigenous governments, the territorial government. We're going to have to work together. I think the only way we're going to find a way to get this thing built and get it done in the region is to work together, and that's what I'll be working towards.
Perfect. So what do you want to get done in the next 4 years here? What sort of foundations do you want to lay down? Obviously, a super heavy question for the night of, but people want to know these things, Denny.
Listen, I want, at the end of 4 years, I want to be accountable. I want the residents of Boot Lake to know that I was accountable. Obviously, if I said there was one issue, I wouldn't be doing everyone justice. We're such a diverse community. But certainly get accountability back, get trust back, and ensure that the voices of Inuvik Boot Lake are heard.
That is awesome. We are here with MLA Boot Lake, Denny Rogers once again here. Denny, thank you so much for the time here.
I want one last thing. Dez's Lasers. Dez's Lasers. Dez is our guy. We certainly appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys here in Yellowknife.
Dez's Lasers. I'm going to steal that. That's a really great sentence there. Okay, with that, we have more results for you and a projection, I believe. Let's bring up the boards. Hay River North, with 3 of 10 polls reporting, CBC is projecting that R.J. Simpson is going back to the legislature. He has served a couple of terms as MLA. He's very well known, been a cabinet minister, and we are saying with 3 of 10 polls reporting here at CBC that R.J. Simpson will be headed back to the Legislative Assembly for Hay River North. He has 231 votes right now. Michael Wallington has 61. That's the closest opponent for him right now, a lead of 170 R.J. Simpson has over Michael Wallington. So our elections, along with Nunavut's, are unique in this country. Proponents of the consensus system say it forces collaboration, but critics deride the fact that voters don't get a say in who becomes premier.
That's right. So in a few days, newly elected MLAs will get together. Actually, that'll be in a few weeks. And they'll vote themselves and decide who leads the territory. That vote done entirely in secret. As Luke Carroll found out, that system is under scrutiny.
The consensus system is as follows. Voters elect their MLAs. MLAs vote on who gets to be premier. This is done with a secret ballot, meaning the public doesn't know who or how many MLAs voted for them. This has been criticized in the past.
The idea of transparency is, in almost all aspects of democracy, a good idea. And then not that the horse trading will be in public, it's just that the people will be accountable. So if they decide to vote for candidate A over candidate B, the community will know actually what's happened.
Coates says he likes the consensus system, but he says the secret vote can give the assumption that there are backdoor deals, even if there aren't any. He's not alone in this belief.
I think it should be public. Now that I look back, and I think the process itself of having, other than just the clerk's office, a judge and maybe even an RCMP officer in the room when they're doing it, So that's just my thought. It shouldn't just be 3 people knowing before they're destroyed. It should be others.
Now, the vote for premier isn't the only thing that MLAs vote on in secret. They also elect the cabinet by secret ballot. For the same reasons, Ken Coates says this should be public.
You're very often going to have somebody who's going to be there for 3 or 4 years and they're reelected again, maybe for 8 or 10 years, in a cabinet portfolio, making $1 million decisions on a regular basis. And the public wants to know how they got there and who selected them and that sort of thing.
Not everyone holds this belief. Michael Miltenberger is a former MLA and cabinet minister. He says the secret vote is what makes the system work. And he says voting in secret is a pillar of democracy that MLAs should be entitled to.
And if we don't want to have the secret ballot there in the most basic and important institution we have, where else do we want to start?
Now, what would we need to change for that vote to become public? Absolutely nothing.
Each group of members chooses how they decide to vote for premier, for the speaker, and for cabinet. So all of that's done as part of a territorial leadership committee. So the members themselves will decide how they will go about doing that election.
But Rutland says a reason previous assemblies have decided to vote in secret is that they have to work together for 4 years. And the secret vote can help with that dynamic. Luke Carroll, CBC News, Yellowknife.
So candidates for Premier and for Cabinet will be nominated, and then they'll have the chance to pitch their platforms. That vote is set to take place on December 7th. As for who might want the job, we don't have a clear picture on that yet. Of course, Ron Bonatruge did say that he would run for Premier if re-elected in the date show, but many candidates have told us that they're either not interested or they're undecided at this point.
Okay, certainly something that we want to keep an eye on. We want to know who our Premier will be, but we won't know that tonight. What we do know is that we have some more results for you and some first results from a district. Let's bring them up. Thabatcha. Frida Martselos, the incumbent, in the lead right now with 2 of 12 polls reporting. Frida Martselos has 285 votes. Jay McDonald, not far behind, 246 votes for Jay McDonald. Connie Benwell has 53. So incumbent Frida Martselos right now in the lead in Thabatcha with 2 of 12 polls reporting early results. But Frida and Jay are pretty close right now in Thabatcha. With that, let's go to our panel for some reaction to the many things that we have been talking about in some of the results in consensus government. Hilary?
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of reaction to that piece. Jane, I wanna start with you. You're the only one in this room who's run for Premier. It was during, of course, your first time as a member. We heard a lot of different opinions there, some from Jackie as well. What do you think about the secret ballot when it comes to the vote for Premier?
I think it has to be. So getting elected is a challenge, but I'll tell you there's only one thing more challenging. It's going through that process right afterwards when we're choosing the Cabinet and the Premier. It's brutal. You got somebody at your door the entire trying to lobby you to support them for Cabinet. Like how it actually ever kind of works out, I still, after 5 terms, don't understand exactly how that goes. It's just the most, and it's a small group of people, and you got to work with them all for the next 4 years, and it right off the hop, it sets up, you know, if you didn't have it as a secret ballot, it sets up divisions, and it's supposed to be consensus. We're supposed to be working together. Now you're going to make it a public vote who you voted for. No, I don't. I'm with Michael. I would not support anything except a secret ballot for Premier and Cabinet. And like I said, there could be things that went on behind closed doors. Maybe people get together and they put together a team and all those sorts of things. I don't know how that works. At the end of the day, they came out with a 2-2-2, 2 from the north, 2 from Yellowknife, 2 from the south, and a Premier at large. So we understand that process, but I think it has to be a secret ballot.
Jackie?
Well, I think that time for a change. I'm like this time. I mean, what I said in the prior interview. I think it should be a judge and RCMP in the room once they do count the votes, because you know there's so many questions that we had, like in this last go around, in the 19th. But at the end of the day, though, it's almost time to go to party politics, and but. Consensus government, like sometimes you think it's senseless government, because all the stuff is pre-planned in regards to getting your votes when they get them in the House. It's all working together with Cabinet and the regular 3 amigos on the right, on the side of the House, on regular member side. But at the end of the day, though, it should be, for myself, I had no problem telling him who I supported in the last go-around. That was Jackson Lafferty. So, and then that, you know, I might have put placed all my cards on the table, and then how everything worked out. And then it has been a tough 4 years, I'll tell you that right now. But at the end of the day, though, we still try to serve our people as the best we can and work together. But, you know, some people, they just got to take that next step and be professional and regardless of what you're doing and who you're working with. Yeah.
All right. Some differing opinions there, Meghan, on how the Premier should be chosen. But of course, we'll have to wait a few weeks to see which way that's going to go. Yeah, we certainly won't know tonight. But there are some things that we know, including some projections. So let's just go through what we have right now for you.
Hay River North, CBC is projecting that R.J. Simpson will be headed back for a third term to the Legislative Assembly as MLA. Right now he has 391 votes. Michael Wallington, 107. Hans Wiedemann has 82. That's with 5 of 10 polls reporting. CBC is projecting R.J. Simpson will head back to the Legislative Assembly. In Nuvik Twin Lakes, Lisa Semler, 5 of 8 polls reporting. CBC is projecting that she will also head back. She's also an incumbent, and she will head back for Inuvik Twin Lakes with 175 votes. Lenore McLeod has 66 with 5 of 8 polls reporting. Lisa Semler, CBC projects, going back. Nunakput, Lucy Kaptana, 153 votes with 10 of 12 polls reporting. Lucy Kaptana will head to the Legislative Assembly as MLA-elect for Nunakput. Vince Teddy has 65 votes. Lucy Kaptana, 153, 10 of 12 polls reporting. And then in Yellowknife North, we are seeing Shauna Morgan projected, and we heard from her earlier in the show. She has 659 votes, a pretty comfortable lead over Bruce Valpy, a pretty comfortable spread there of 327 votes. We are projecting at CBC that she will go to the Legislative Assembly for Yellowknife North as MLA-elect with 7 of 14 polls reporting there in Yellowknife North. Okay, so we have some projections, we have some people heading back, we have some new people going in. Now let's go to our language broadcasters, and they can bring you all of the results in your language and get you caught up to speed. You are watching NWT Votes, no matter where you're watching us, online, on TV, on radio. Thank you, Masi Koyanaini, for joining us.
Sensezi Marianne Williams City do see a unique take a week or saying do yone halute kute si titresi R.J. Simpson equal no cantakidi. Gozo CBC Guasi titresi jo sompak equasi Yellowknife North kitile Shauna Morgan equal no. Gozo CBC Guajione anaki konkute Twin Lakes riding gritile si Lisa Semler equal no kitty. Gozo dictere nunu pukute gogasi Lucy Kaptana no kiti. In da indusi satu gogasi dictere si Danny McNeely si takwehile. Nakelak ono osantano sonda connect bega bega terewe gozo Dolphin Piro si helak ono oslate ono nake. Gozo palachini si Palachina si hilak ono o sona no lotro. Gusi golatite tunete willite si titre si Richard Jerkin si hilak ono o hilak ono o honen os ending kanete ba gozo biek etle si Nadine de Lorm si nakiono ding on that. Gozo gusi golat taritino dicho titre si one jo sombak eko gasi titre in duka gachina taritigo kene no ta titre ten kanet eko no kitigo so in duka yo one satu go gate yo one Danny McNeely go gata kwehile yek esi Dolphin Piro yek ehile go so Palachina yek ein dusi Dori Malagana ke go tega
Kuinak Marianne, Kihitchiginiak Dungan Naligwagininik, Ubanga Ataga Dodi Malagana, Fred George Nusu, Hivaliro Kuli, 177 Naligwaginik Nikaktok, Douglirok Frederick Blake Jr., 86, Kihichikaktok Kuli, Richard Ross Jr., Naligwangit Kangatuli, Nunakputahin, Lucy Kuptana, Hivalirok, 153 Naligwakaktok, Ihamirok Lucy Kuptana, Akimaniaktok Luni, Vince Teddy, Douglirok, 65 Naligwaganikaktok, Inuvik Boot Lake Me, Denny Rogers, Hivalirok, 201 Naligwaganikaktok, Diane Archie, Douglirok, 144 Naligwaganik, Sally Ross, Binga Huarok, 124 Naligwaganik. Inuvik Twin Lakes, me, Lisa Semler, Hivaliruk 175 Naligoganinik, Lenora McLeod 66 Naligoganinik Haktok, Dugliruk Pangmabak, Ihimiruk Lisa Semler Akimaniaktok Luni, Sa Tunun and Lannon, Danny McNeely, Hivaliruk 253 Naligoganinik, Delphine Piro 168 Naligoganinik Haktok, Dugliruk Polychina 152 Naligoganinik Haktok Bingahorok, Heriver North Ahin Ihimiruk Ihimiuktigurok RJ Simpson Akimaniaktoklo, Akimaniaktokok, Shauna Morgan Yellowknife North Me, Akimaniakwak Daitnai Akimaniaktokok, Lisa Semler Twin Lakes Nunangatni Hivalioganiaktoklo, Lucy Kuptana Ihimirut Akimaniaktoklo, Vahin William Firth Kagniaktok.
Masi Dodid, a chant erachant at ya at edgerachant at gunurachant at a hate at chirachant at nick et urachant at Mackenzie Delta and gerachant at Takunuk edgerachant at cook echo Idagon choke edge chicken gerachant at Natrakinchi akwazachant at Inuvik bootleg ekitent erachant edjok natrokol sakwa I thakrachant cook at go I gear head the chanjuk I could dearachant at chuve guti goven gerachant at nekan karachant at govor in a I thakrachan edjokrachan at sai Lucy Kaptana is a gushadrachan at gochet hella again jakai altsai akotzachan at Inuvik Twin Lakes and Jerichan takunu chid at Lisa similar to chandakai outside the Goven Jagoli akotzachan at Yellowknife North go anjukat achandat Shauna Morgan Irichandakai altsaikia nuge head the chantlo trechik gwe deeds I and Jerichan at takunud achan J. Simpson, I thacker chandakai outside I cook etrachan genjakatraki he could I ahead a chan is G richant at Takunusa two genja Danny McNeely richant at G genjakochi aha I richant at 367 cook at Goli akut's a chant at wind irrichant at Polly China 225 and the chant at Dolly Piro 200 de I thacker chan cook at Goli good I richant at Takunura chant at ya at the lake had the chan it Jutians at Takunura chant again otada cook at Goli chicken cook at Nili good juk hats richant at G that good chila kuheda goods a richant genja Goli good egun to do let's a chant at Nakwanaki he the ja I thakr chant at Kaho Kundai a goods a chant at ya at that Nichin ko and genja richant at Quanta good egun to richana what's a Naki the ja.
Welcome back. You are watching NWT Votes. We are bringing you your results as soon as they come in. And they've come in. We have more results. So let's take a look. We have a projection to make. Karen Testart, we are projecting, will go to the Legislative Assembly for Range Lake with 10 of 16 polls reporting. Karen Testart has 325 votes. Aaron Reed, 155. Nicole Sock, 109. So CBC is projecting Karen Testart will head to the Legislative Assembly, not his first time there, for Range Lake with 10 of 16 polls reporting. Nunakput, Lucy Kaptana, 12 of 12 polls reporting. The results are now in for Nunakput. Lucy Kaptana is your MLA-elect. She has 340 votes. Vince Teddy, 159. So Lucy Kaptana heading to the Legislative Assembly for Nunakput. And we actually have Lucy standing by. Thank you so much for joining us, Lucy. I want to start by asking you what your priorities are going to be when you get into the Legislative Assembly.
What my priorities are going to be? Well, thank you. And first of all, I just want to thank everyone in Nunakput riding, all the constituents, and, you know, getting out there and voting. It was a beautiful day today. It was a busy day, but there's a lot of priorities. You know, talking to people throughout the region, there's a list of things to do, and we got a lot of hard work ahead.
Absolutely. We've been hearing about some of the really important issues really across the territory, but I'm wondering if you can tell me what the most important issues are in your district.
there's a number, like I mentioned, but housing is probably the number one issue. Mental health and addictions, of course, you know, you've heard it from Lisa Semler, you've heard it from others. That's there's a big cry out there. We need to help people, and we need to help those that are suffering. Medical travel, of course, the cost of living. I mean, people are really struggling right now. Many are a one-income family, and many are harvesters, especially in our riding. They harvest. They harvest for their family, supplying their family with food from the land, and it's really a struggle right now. The cost of living is rising. Of course, climate change is affecting everything and everyone, all our communities, and there are just so many priorities, but I think the biggest one I've heard so far is housing, and of course, mental wellness and addictions, medical travel, dental care. There's a list. There's just a lot of work ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that we've been hearing from so many people in the run-up to this election and tonight as well. I mean, with that in mind, you're going to be a new MLA for Nunavut. Would you consider running for premier?
I don't know. I've never really thought about it. I mean, a lot of people are suggesting it, but I think my priority right now is just to get in there, get the lay of the land, and figure out what happens next. I mean, we still have tonight to go. There's many elections that are still happening right now, like the numbers, the votes are being counted. So considering there's some pretty close calls too, like we need to see who's in there and who's elected before, I even think that.
Certainly. I know it's a big decision to make. Lucy, I want to thank you so much for your time tonight. I'll let you go and let you rest and just let you enjoy the feeling of being elected. Thank you for joining me today.
Thanks so much. My family and friends are waiting downstairs, so I want to go and celebrate with them. So thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Lucy Kaptana is the MLA-elect for Nunavut. Okay, we have more results for you now. Let's take a look at the most current results in these districts. Frame Lake, Julian Morse has 201 votes with 7 of 14 polls reporting. He is in the lead. Spencer Tracy trailing behind with 173, and Stuart Ray also not far behind, 166. Julian Morse only has a 28 vote lead right now over Spencer Tracy. So this is a pretty close race right now in Frame Lake with 7 of 14 polls reporting. And now we are going to Luke Carroll. He is one of our roving reporters in Yellowknife. Luke, who have you got there?
Hey, Megan. Yeah, I got Spencer Tracy with me here. We're watching, the results. It's looking pretty close. So, Spencer, why do you think this race is as tight as it is?
I think it speaks to the values of Frame Lakers, that there's a lot of people in this riding that are concerned with housing, that are concerned with the cost of living, that are concerned with the kind of the social issues that we find in our city center, I think. And so a number of the candidates, this was central to their platform. And I think the results are showing that.
And do you think there was a real diversification of strategies to get out of these issues, or do you think there was a lot of similarity between candidates here?
No, I think on the surface, maybe there did seem to be quite a few similarities, but I think for people that, going door to door, or people that took the time to look at our websites and kind of, go a little bit deeper, there were some clear kind of, disparities, I guess, or just different ideas on how we should tackle some of these challenges.
And yeah, again, it's a tight race. We've been waiting. We haven't gotten a lot of results throughout the night. How are you and your family feeling right now?
I mean, I'm really enjoying this, I have to say. My family, you'd have to ask them. They're pretty stressed, but I'm taking some joy in this. It's fun to be part of this process. I mean, I have CBC in my dining room here. This is and it's been great. I mean, I've just enjoyed the whole process, start to finish. Going, developing my campaign, putting my all my ideas on paper, putting it out there for people to kind of criticize, and then going door to door and getting feedback from, we have a really diverse riding in Frame Lake. You go from $1 million homes to people living in, older trailers. And so it's just nice to get feedback from that spectrum of Yellowknifers.
Okay, if you looking ahead now, if you are successful, if you do end up in the legislature, what would be the first big issue you'd want to address when there?
Well, I think we have a couple of challenges for sure. I think for me, and I've kind of said this from the get-go, is housing. Right now we are in such a housing crunch, which immediately kind of is a cost of living issue, right? When people are paying, there's one individual in our riding that's paying $3,700 for a 2-bedroom apartment, right? I mean, that is, it's just unsustainable for so many Yellowknifers. And so, it makes it tough for people to stay here. And we talk a lot about bringing new Yellowknifers north. But I think, housing is a big piece of that. So I'm excited maybe at the prospect of being part of that solution.
And final question for you. We got the Challenge Cup tomorrow. I hear we have somebody in the house who's going to be playing in that. Who are you cheering for?
Oh, man, that is a tough question because so my daughter is playing with Sir John tomorrow with the Challenge Cup. But for the last few years, I've been teaching and I'm a regular coach at St. Pat's. And so my daughter's in the room. I'm with Sir John on this one. Although I will be wearing green tomorrow. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Spencer Tracy, candidate for Frame Lake. Back to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Luke. That's the CBC's Luke Carroll. Okay, with all the results that have been rolling in, we want to throw it to our panel to see what they have to say. Hilary?
Yeah, lots has come in. We heard Lucy Kaptana there, of course, talking about the issues happening across the NWT, but very specifically in her riding, your riding as well. I saw you nodding your head through a lot of that. What do you make of what Lucy had to say, especially around housing and the cost of living?
No, it's all true. I mean, we live it every day in regards to living in the Nukput, the cost of living, your food with carbon tax and stuff like that, all affecting everything right now. And it's just the cost of living is unbearable right now. People are having to make choices. It's tough on the communities, lack of dentists, mental health. And it's an ongoing issue. I mean, we don't have the luxuries that you do, like you do here in Yellowknife, and being able to get service a lot quicker. So in the communities the schedule allotment times, that's what we got to work on. We always try to get more dental visits and stuff like that, but it just, you could only have so many dentists around at any given time. So it's a work in progress, I know, and then I know she's up to the task to do the job.
Yeah, we'll have to see how she tackles some of those issues.
Yeah.
Jane, we haven't spoken to you since RJ Simpson was MLA-elect or projected to be MLA-elect. Your thoughts on that?
No big surprise. RJ did a really good job in the last government, and I'm actually a resident of Hay River North, so RJ is my MLA. And I think he's been doing a great job, and so no surprise there that he would hold on to his seat in the legislature, and we'll see what he does when he comes back. Very educated, very smart young man, and we're proud of him. I mean, Vince and RJ both grew up with my kids. Vince rode the school bus with my boys. I'm starting to feel old now. I'm dating myself here. But proud of these guys.
Just quickly before we go, do you see RJ as a possible premier in the next assembly?
I do.
Okay. Well, with that, we go to RJ on the phone, I think.
That's right. We've got RJ Simpson on the phone. RJ, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for joining me. I mean, let's ask you the big question. Will you run for premier?
Yes, I'll be running for premier. I want to get some things done, and that's the way to get it done.
I wonder if you can expand on that for me, RJ. This isn't your first time running for premier, so tell me why you wanted to not only go back to the Legislative Assembly, but also you want to make that bid for the premiership.
Well, there's a number of things I want to see changed across the parliament, and in how government operates, how it interacts with its citizens, and the way to do that is the premiership. So there's issues I want to deal with health, the fire disaster and emergency situations we can face. There's a way we can improve our response to that and how we work with citizens. Public safety is a really big issue right now, not just in the river, but across the territory. So there's things I want to do with justice and with crime. And the way to accomplish those things is through the premiership. So I always think that if, I'm not here to just, sit in the office and do nothing. I want to get things done, and that's the way to get things.
Okay, RJ, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. Your phone line is breaking up a little bit, so I'm really glad that we could get you on the show. We could learn that you're going to be running for Premier. Thank you for joining me tonight. I'm sure we'll speak again soon in the coming weeks. That is RJ Simpson, who has been projected elected for Hay River. Not the last we'll see of RJ, certainly not the first we're seeing of him as well. Let's get some more results up for you right now. We are going to the death show. We haven't checked in here in a while. Cheryl Yakalaya right now in the lead with 185 votes. This is actually the first time we're seeing the death show. My apologies. Cheryl Yakalaya in the lead, 185 votes. Stephen Vandell, 150, and then Ron Bonnet Rouge, the incumbent for Dutcho, trailing with 131 votes. It's not a huge spread in this district right now. 185 for Cheryl Yakalaya in first, Stephen Vandell 150 in second, Ron Bonnet Rouge, the incumbent, 131 in third. So a pretty narrow margin right now with 5 of 13 polls reporting, but certainly an interesting region. Thabatcha, Frida Martselos, the incumbent right now in the lead, 320 votes. That is 48 more votes than Jay McDonald, who has 272. Connie Benwell, 64. This is with 5 of 12 polls reporting in Thabatcha. Frida Martselos, the incumbent right now in the lead with 320 votes. And I believe that is where we are headed now, to that district, to Thabatcha. There she is. There's our Carla Ulrich. Carla, tell me where you are and what's going on around you.
Yes, I'm back at J. McDonald's headquarters. I'm here with Denise Uhas, business owner, resident, longtime friend of Jay's, and supporter. And she's just going to tell us a little bit about the numbers that we're seeing on our end.
Hi, so according to our numbers, we have Jay at 467, Frida at 399, and Connie at 82. And there's still, I think, around 60 or so numbers that are still out there. But we already had a party. We already accepted congratulations from Frida. She was here, and some of her supporters have been texting, and so it's pretty exciting. It's quiet now, but you guys got to catch up to us. We've already had a party and a good meal, and we're ready to go home.
So that's the update on the numbers. Yes, the party has died down a little bit, but I still feel they're going strong. So what can you tell us about the next 4 years? What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to the community working together. It's been a rough 4 years between evacuation, COVID, our economy's taken a hit. I think this is an opportunity for us to have a reset, and it's good to see so many new young people out voting. It's very encouraging, and I think it's going to be a breath of fresh air for our town and our region.
And Jay's a longtime friend of yours. How proud are you right now?
Oh, I'm so proud of him. This is hard work. He's a good family man. He did his homework. He walked this town. There's a lot of houses to hit here. And one wonderful thing about Jay is that when the sun comes up tomorrow, every person in this town will be his constituent, and he will treat everybody fairly, and he will do his best. So we all win. That's how I feel. And I think the NWT is going to win. We're going to have a good voice from Thabatcha, and he's got some good skills.
Perfect. And we're hoping to have an interview with Jay coming up, but that's an update on the numbers from our end. Back to you, Megan.
Thank you so much, Carla. One issue that we have heard a lot about tonight is the high cost of living. It is plaguing Canadians, and it's plaguing Northerners too. From housing to groceries to heating, everything costs a little or a lot more in the north. So Leni, bring us up to date on this issue.
Yeah, Megan, the high cost of living is a perennial problem in the Northwest Territories. More than 20 candidates told us it was one of the biggest challenges facing people in their region. Reporter Sydney Cohen talked to residents about the prices they pay to live in the territory and what this next group of MLAs could do to lighten their load.
Ask people on the streets of Yellowknife about how much it costs to live here, and they'll give you a simple answer.
Yeah, it's too much.
Paula Cialulu is on income support and rents a room in the city. When asked what the territorial government could do to help with the cost of living, his solution was simple too.
Build more affordable housing.
Alulu says he often thinks about moving south, and who can blame him? According to the NWT Bureau of Statistics, in 2021, the average Yellowknife household paid 28% more for food and 47% more for shelter than the average Canadian household. 16-year-old Daniel Hogelak said several of his coworkers at a Yellowknife grocery store recently moved or are planning to move out of the territory, mainly because of the city's high prices.
It is hard trying to get a home here in Yellowknife, right? A lot of housing is expensive. Rent is very expensive from what I've heard. It is very hard, and a lot of people are moving down south, especially from where I work, and it's quite tough.
The cost of living refers to how much money a person needs to afford a certain standard of living. It includes expenses for things like food, shelter, transportation, and healthcare. Of course, the cost of living is also tied to wages. And in general, incomes are higher in the Northwest Territories than in Canada overall. But for people on lower incomes, getting by is likely more of a struggle in the Northwest Territories than it is in the South, especially for people in more northern and remote communities where prices from gasoline to milk to dish soap are much higher.
In my region, it's kind of demoralizing. Like, you worry steady.
Jacobson says that for people in his riding, paying bills and putting food on the table is a constant struggle, and the carbon tax has made everything more expensive. He says the NWT's cost of living offset payments don't go far enough. As prices continue to rise, voters hope the next government will take meaningful steps to ease their burden, because the price of inaction could drive people out of the territory. Sydney Cohen, CBC News, Yellowknife.
So Sydney shared some examples, some numbers there that really highlight the disparity northern communities are facing. And here is another detail I find interesting. The NWT Bureau of Statistics says a 4-liter jug of milk cost about $15 in Tuktoyaktuk in 2022. That's more than twice what it cost in Yellowknife, $6 at that time in Yellowknife. Meghan?
Just wild, that statistic, Leanie, really highlighting the difference between Yellowknife and some of our northern and more remote communities. It's really important for us to remember. Okay, with that, let's take a look at some of the closest races right now in the Northwest Territories in this election. Great Slave, 2 of 12 polls still reporting Stacey Arden-Smith, a Yellowknife City Councillor, in the lead with 82 votes. But Kate Reid is right behind her with 79, and incumbent Katrina Knockleby is also not far behind with 53. So these are still early results for Great Slave, and it's shaping up to be a close race between Stacey Arden-Smith, Kate Reid, and Katrina Knockleby, with 2 of 12 polls reporting. So lots to go there still in that district of Great Slave. In Nahende, we have 3 of 17 polls reporting. Still early, but again, shaping up to be pretty close so far. This is the most crowded field of candidates in this election. Sharon Allen right now has 30 votes. Mavis Klee-Michaud has 16. Les Wright, 15. And incumbent Shane Thompson has 13. So a 14-vote lead for Sharon Allen right now. 3 of 17 polls reporting in Nahende, but it's pretty close right now. Still early, but pretty close. And then finally in Frame Lake, we've been keeping an eye on this district. 7 of 14 polls reporting Julian Morse right now, for our numbers, is in the lead, 201 votes. And Spencer Tracy is trailing by 28 votes. He has 173. Stuart Ray has 166. So 7 of 14 polls reporting in Frame Lake. Julian Morse currently in the lead, but again, pretty tight margin right now. That race a little further along, but we still have 7 more polls before we will have final results for Frame Lake. Okay, some interesting races shaping up. So let's go to our panel and see what they think about everything. Hilary?
Oh, interesting races indeed. There was a lot of reaction when Jay McDonald, when he told us, or Denise Uhas told us that Jay McDonald, scrutineers are predicting will be the next MLA of Thabatcha. Jane, what do you make of that? Tell us a little bit about Jay.
I don't know Jay that well. Honestly, I know the kind of work that he does, and I know he's really been involved in community politics in Fort Smith for a long time. I know Frida better. You know, Fort Smith is like a fellow South Slave community of similar size to Hay River, so that is a community we have a lot of interaction with. And Frida and her husband, Peter there, I mean, they are a force of nature in that community of Fort Smith. So when Frida went to the legislature, I would imagine it was a pretty big adjustment for her, and I don't want to speak for her, but you know, Frida has been involved in Indigenous politics for a long time.
She was a chief of the Salt River First Nation, several times.
And as a leader, and you know, had a certain style of getting things done, and she got a lot of things done. They've been very successful in Fort Smith. I don't know, because I didn't serve in the last assembly, I don't know how that fared with the consensus style of government, but I'm sure it was a different style than what she was used to. And so I change again.
Garrett, I want to go to you. You have 1 minute left. What do you make of those results there?
Good riddance to a bad MLA. She was ineffective from day one. The moment she ran from premier there and fell off the ballot, she did nothing since. She talked about expanding the highway or the airport down in Smith. The last big controversy here is when she didn't advocate for the $400. Like, she got elected as a protest candidate for against Aurora College, and when that issue moved away, it obviously became where the people of Fort Smith and the South Appalachia region no longer thought she was necessary.
Okay. I like that you're not holding back anymore. Here we go. All right. Thanks so much. There you have it, Meghan. Some differing thoughts on Frida Marcellus' leadership over the last 4 years, and the incoming MLA-elect, apparently through his scrutineers, Jay McDonald.
Yep, some change coming to the Legislative Assembly. We have a lot of new results that we've been reporting for you, some projected elections. So now we're going to throw out to our Indigenous language broadcasters. They will bring you the latest results in your languages, the official languages of the Northwest Territories. So we'll throw it to them. You are watching NWT Votes. Thank you so much for joining us, wherever you're joining us, online, radio, on the web. Thank you.
Zot ekethetsa godi sana hi gotsdot ye tha godi gotsent einsa ekethetsa senta ge tha get awagat ngani khoge tha ni gotsent thoge nusik awagat ine hombad sagani deta teghu Frida Marcellus donga inda lesent agatsin nakwadak wagat in da did jinsen did takuno dots on not at gonna kwada egots on the satuts on kewani de you don't have to get zasnit adi Danny McNeely inside the kwe wadak at our gat in Wik any de Delphine Puro yik awada egots on hot ani de G indeed and high le Dihuna hirinda Polly China we yet it administers in Lenek awo it a did hot at ekatetsot at our god in it's on ye death so a yisint Cheryl Yakalaya they didn't other quit at our duck at our god in it's on week any that Stephen Vandell we ye hot I get text what I in dine Ronald Bonnerus I got on dean I need that Richard Lafferty I got on got see it na hand day a key got on it that I use it I get text so it's on killing that art in the house on there night hale it's on I hagot a while lagot say it a honey de na hits on na hodia had that na hits hats it no it had not a good deal had sonnets on Jim Hope.
Masi Harriet sendi sa sa ke kutegul videje kete ta himite go zen accused to tani sa zeran ta go tin khoni na secretary na and they writing that you don't like I'm going to take it Sharon Allen la tai ha ta sa going to take it was a Michaela Mavis clean Misho la Honot, Thai, that's a get that was a let's write la make Honos light us that was a Shane Thompson, la Cowan Kirinko, Emily in Lelo was a Killing ministry in Lelo de la Kako get some of the Honot Thai, something I get it was a Hilary then around like that Thai was a Josh Campbell that the get tasting that the show Jilla do la Condila Curati. The show me gonna take it that do not Cheryl Yakalaya on Kiono, Kilatono, Kiono, Julia sound there was a Stephen Vandell make a Silatono, something on us live was a Amico go the high Tala Ronald Bonruches out there do a tie go get sound the Silatono, the Hono, soon lie somebody get it doesn't know Dilla Richard C. Lafferty la Kiono, something with somebody get it. Herbert South Tula Condila Curati. I'm going to take it out Vince McKayla, Kiladono, Satin Honos, and light us on that was a sure go Emily in Lella in this was on day while it's shooting La Tula on Kiladono, Kionos, Tinyasako, Kion, there's a note Della Rocky Simpson, or Kako, Emily in Leshil on the Gila on Kiladono, Tinyasa. We are getting the idea settings of the tones like don't go get it. I tell on the do not Marlene Grooms like the Gon Dira la don't be riding the get it. I think at yes, is it a jump of CJ?
Must see Jim. Good don't three, then a party kissy, you don't need think a don't three. No null height the hello ye don't three to bachats and her day ye three. Frida Marcellus a ye then a helical see bezia on lissy dinit at her collo yet doon her day tupper charts and her day cono nuts in new nuts and papa lick do it a J. McDonald yik in a collo de Connie Benwell a ye two nether will it dates in her day ye Ricky Jerkney ye bezia on lissy yet doon three bezia on dinit her collo ye cono nuts in get the adults and papa lick do Nadine DeLorme a ye new nuts and Dean Papa Licketh a ye John Bowler chits and her day ye frame legs and her day ye three don't three on heckle her day three Jillian Morris a ye didn't heckle a ye new nuts and sa Papa Licketh ye a ye any her day a ye three Tracy Spensic and a gully Shono nuts and Shanstone nuts a cots and Papa Licked yet on ye three Stuart Ray ye Shono nuts and a con nuts and a cots and Papa Licked a ye back any ye John Stanley a ye dew nuts and Shanstone ye back any ye Dana cornfield new nuts and a cots and Papa Licked yet don't three Canadian Satsi Hunt Utri no null height on Papa Lickething Lissy a ye night and a yin lo ye Lisa similar ye twin lakes in ye yin yaw ye a jump o chits in Yellowknife North a ye Shanna Morgan ye yin yaw a ye don't three nothing a Hilary Bird chew ye Meghan Roberts a ye bitsy no hell yet hall ni hello cut in ye care mercy.
Welcome back, and a big thank you, Masi, to our Indigenous language broadcasters. You are watching NWT Votes, the live results of your election, and we have more live results for you. Let's take a look. Decho, 11 of 13 polls reporting some movement in this district. Cheryl Yakalaya right now in the lead with 229 votes. Not a big lead, though. Stephen Vandell is right behind her with 175, so a 54 vote spread there. And then incumbent Ron Bonnet Rouge is trailing in third right now with 145 votes. This is again in the Decho, 11 of 13 polls reporting. Cheryl Yakalaya in the lead right now. In Yellowknife Centre, we have 6 of 14 polls reporting, and Robert Hawkins is maintaining his lead for now. He has 324 votes, a familiar face to people, a former MLA. Matt Spence, though, has 230, on Chenemu 216. This is with 6 of 14 polls reporting in Yellowknife Centre. Robert Hawkins in the lead with 324 votes. And then in Frame Lake, 7 of 14 polls reporting, Julian Morse, 201 votes. Spencer Tracy, 173. Stuart Ray, 166. Not a big spread between those three. John Stanley trailing behind with 47, and Deanna Cornfield with 26. That is in Frame Lake. 7 of 14 polls reporting, and Julian Morse is currently in the lead. And that is where we are headed next. You can see Natalie there behind me. Natalie is in Frame Lake. Natalie, take it away.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yes, I'm here with Stuart Ray, candidate for Frame Lake. Stuart, as you know, it's been a really tight race here, and we just heard your opponent, Spencer Tracy, speak to this, but I'll ask you as well, why do you think it's been so tight?
I think there were 3 really strong candidates that put in the work. They hit the doors, which is the most important part. They were talking to constituents and just winning them over at the doors, so.
Yeah, okay. Well, according to your unofficial results, it doesn't appear that you'll be going to the legislature, but, you know, how do you feel about the campaign?
I feel good about the campaign. I left everything on the table. I worked my ass off, and I'm proud of that. So I got nothing, no shame whatsoever. Congratulations to, I believe it's Julian won with my count. Congratulations to him. He put in the work as well, so.
Do you expect you'll run again in the next election?
Yeah, 100%. Look for me in 2027, everyone. I put this campaign together in a couple weeks, so I'm quite proud of the effort and my volunteers that helped me out, so definitely be running in 2027.
Okay, we'll look for you then, and then finally I'll just ask you what you will be hoping for from your representative.
I'm hoping that my representatives take a long, hard look at the economy and realize that economy is selling commodities and it's not federal transfer payments from the government.
That's Stuart Ray here with his supporters at his home, and we'll be watching for him in the next election.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Some big cheers there, and some people loving that last statement he made. We have another reporter to go to, Carla Ulrich. And first, we're going to go to the results for the district that she is in, the Bacha. Right now, Frida Martselos, with 5 of 12 polls reporting, has 320 votes. Jay McDonald, 272. So 5 of 12 polls reporting from NWT elections. In Thabacha, Frida Martselos, 320 votes. Jay McDonald, 272. I promised you, Carla, and here she is, and she is with Jay McDonald. Carla?
Thank you, Megan. So we're here with Jay McDonald. Scrutineers are saying, congratulating him. Frida came here as well and congratulated him. What will the next 4 years look like?
Well, thank you, Carla. I think the next 4 years are going to be a real challenge. I know money's going to be tight. I think the priorities really for this next group of MLAs is going to be to, we need to really consider decentralization and we need to strengthen our regions. I think there's a lot of opportunity to do that as we move forward. I think there's some real challenges on the horizon. Housing has been a topic of discussion in pretty much everyone I chatted with over the campaign. And I think that, the overall work that needs to be done is big, and we need to get at it.
And so the big question, do you plan on running for premier?
Well, that's an interesting question. I did an interview earlier in the campaign, and at that time I said that I was not interested in running for premier. But I think at this point I really need to wait until I get to Yellowknife and sit down with my colleagues, and we look at the group and decide what the best road forward is.
And you spoke to a lot of young people during your campaign. A lot of young families, what are they saying about housing and some of the issues that we have in the community?
Well, I think there's a lot of challenges there. Housing was certainly high on the agenda. You know, there's a lot of young families that would like to move up to a larger place, and there's a lot of seniors that I talk to that want to downsize, but there's really no options available for the seniors to downsize, and I think that really impacts the market within the community overall. I think there's been some projects that the territorial government has done that, in my opinion, weren't necessarily the best use of the federal dollars, and I think we really need to look at how we invest that money in the future, you know, to ensure that we're getting the best value for the dollar and that we're supporting all of the communities.
Perfect. And the economy was another big thing during the campaign. What can you say about that?
Well, I think the economy, the big challenge we have with the economy, especially in Fort Smith, is that we rely almost solely on government, and I think we need to look at how we can diversify here and look at other options. But I mean, there's some big challenges we have to fix first, housing being the primary one. You know, we've got a lot of young families that would like to come to the community. We've got professionals that are trying to come here, folks that are trying to, you know, take jobs at Aurora College, and just housing is always the issue. So, you know, that needs to be the number one priority, I think, as we go forward.
Perfect. Thank you so much. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really good. You know, I'll feel a lot better once the official numbers are on the board. But, you know, I want to thank all of the folks that supported me and the whole community. I think this was a really good challenge. It was a good election. You know, my opponents ran good campaigns, and I think the community really stepped up and came out and voiced their opinion, and they wanted some change. So I commit to, you know, doing the best job I can and represent everybody equally.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Back to you, Megan.
Thank you, Carla. That is Carla Ulrich in the Batcha. Okay, let's go now to our panel to see what they think about how the night has been shaping up.
Yeah, slow movement on the polls, but I want to go to what candidate Stuart Ray there said, obviously announcing that his scrutineers project Julian Morris as the winner in Frame Lake. Garrett, I want to get your reaction on that.
Well, Stuart's a pretty authentic man of the people, as you could tell there. He fought a heck of a good campaign, and I think he's earned himself a beer or two, which was quite evident there. When it comes down to Julian, like, I think it's a demonstration that experience has won out again. People were looking for somebody who knew how the system worked and knew how to get things done. And Jules, like, I do hope he lives up to his commitments here and starts advocating for Yellowknife as the community, because I got to say, we got a lot of people always trying to play to get into cabinet around here, but not enough people trying to advocate for their constituency. When the end of the assembly came around there, I heard people talk about what was going down in Norman Wells. I heard people talk about what was going down in Hay River, but we got issues here. We got a submarine line that needs to be built. We need our land transferred to the city, and we need MLAs to step up. For the other candidates involved, John, great guy, Deanna, great, Spencer, great. Like, I'm sure we're going to see them all in the future here in some sort of position. Some should probably think about going for council over MLA next time, but in general, one heck of a good campaign, and I'm pretty confident we're going to see Stuart again in 4 years.
Okay, interesting. I do, yes, he was 100% sure, as he said. I want to ask you, though, because Julian took a pretty hard line on the Polytechnic, the Aurora College, being on Tin Can Hill, and he advocated for that. I think actually the only candidate that I heard of in Yellowknife advocating or being completely open to it being on Tin Can Hill. What is your reaction to that and to his success with sort of that hard line?
It's Julian's baby. He's been advocating for this since the moment he got elected onto council. It would be absurd for him to turn now. He literally set up the university committee, advocated for all the MLAs. Finally, it got done. I know that he wanted the foundational review to actually be followed more so and actually put the university within Yellowknife. Wherever it gets put, I think it's completely fine with him. He's sticking to his original message, and I'll give him that. There's no dithering here.
Absolutely. Jane, we saw some interesting results there from the Det Show. Cheryl Yakalaya, a pretty strong lead. Ron Bonnet Rouge in last place. What do you make of that?
Well, I saw Cheryl when she was in Hay River campaigning. Now, the Hay River Reserve is part of the JHO riding, so they are our neighbors right across, just across the river. So I saw Cheryl and her husband Norman, who we served with in the legislature.
Yes. Norman Yakalai was also Dene National Chief as well.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is interesting now that his wife has decided to take that more public role and serve as an MLA in the legislature. So Cheryl is a great lady, and I'm not surprised to see that lead there tonight. And she's from a really solid family in the DHO, the Bonnet Rouge. She's a Bonnet Rouge. And I think Ron's probably even a relative of hers that she ran against there. But I think that she's a type of person we'd like to see in the legislature for sure.
Does it surprise you that Ron Bonnet Rouge, you know, the incumbent, is in last place here? How would you define his leadership over the last 4 years?
We didn't see much of him. Now, like I said, if he was in Hay River visiting constituents on the Hay River Reserve, we might have just run into him in a few places, but we didn't. He really presented well in the legislature when he stood up to speak to issues, but I don't think he was necessarily all that comfortable just kind of mingling and being amongst the constituents of that region. Now, maybe he did more in Fort Providence, but I didn't ever see him around Hay River. I don't think the people on the Hay River, the KFN, I don't think they saw him very often. And I ran into him one day in the grocery store in Hay River. I was giving him a little pep talk, you know, about kind of the opportunities he had to make impact. You know, he just maybe needed to be a little bit more brave.
Okay. Little pep talk from Jane there. Meghan, back to you.
Who doesn't want a pep talk from Jane? Honestly, we all need that every now and then. Okay, with that, let's bring some more results. We have more results for you, including results from Nahende. I believe that is where we are starting. Shane Thompson, the incumbent, in the lead with 246 votes. Mavis Klee-Michaud trailing with 154. Sharon Allen, 119. This is with 13 of 17 polls reporting in Nahende. Shane Thompson, the incumbent, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, during the summer of wildfires this summer, he is in the lead right now with 13 of 17 polls reporting in Nahende. Shane Thompson taking the lead by 92 votes. So we have heard a lot from our panel tonight about what they'd like to see from the batch of MLAs being voted in. We've heard from winners themselves about their priorities, but there are three people in a unique position tonight. Leanie is back with more on that. Leanie?
Yeah, so the three incumbents who have been acclaimed to their seats, I asked what they wanted to see from this next assembly. Here now is Caitlin Cleveland, MLA for Claim Lake, Jane Whalen Armstrong, MLA for Momfui, and Caroline Wozniak, MLA for Yellowknife South.
Like, I've got a lot of hope and a lot of excitement for the 20th Assembly. I am finding that the countdown to Election Day, I'm eager and I just want to get to work. Jane and I no longer have, because we're not ministers, we don't have our email addresses. We want to get back to work. I'd like to see a very focused drive in the next assembly. I think that we have a tremendous amount of commonalities between us. And I think that one of our first jobs is to figure out, especially with new colleagues, what those are and how we can work together on those commonalities to really propel the assembly forward. I think there's a lot of work to get done. We can all agree on that. And I think figuring out how we're going to really use one another to our greatest strengths is going to be our kind of key marker for kicking off the 20th so that we can have a forward motion right out of the gates.
What I would like to see is more of a diversities. Yes, I would like to see more. It would be nice to see more people, women, but it's up to the people, and it just like it's what I would like to see is that more representations, more advocate for small communities as well. There's more of us from the small communities, so I would like to see Yellowknife working well with small communities and support small communities initiatives, and because we are really way behind in a lot of small communities, we're lacking a lot of program and services and resources, and our unemployment rate, if the mine closed down, our unemployment is going to go up. It's high right now, but it's going to be more. So what I would like to see is more diversity. I would like to see other people of colors and other nationalities.
At this point, we have a lot of good candidates and a lot of variety. So I'm going to kind of shelve that side of it and really speak to what I hope people come to the assembly with. And it's both a drive of curiosity. I really want people to be curious and to ask a lot of questions. I would love to see, when we're preparing for the next election, rather than just everyone showing up and please tell us your solutions to all the problems. I would be fascinated if we were to say, okay, here's this education initiative, candidates. What would you do with it? Like, what questions would you ask? What would you ask the members of the bureaucracy or the public service? What would you ask them before you support something? How would you figure out what to do to help the housing crisis? Like, how do you come up with the solutions you're coming up with? I would like people to come with questions, with curiosity, with critical thinking. And that's what I'm hoping for.
So some pretty specific insight there into what the acclaimed candidates are hoping for from their future colleagues when they head back to the Legislative Assembly. Meghan?
Thank you so much, Leni. Always interesting to hear from our acclaimed candidates who are having a bit of a different experience tonight. And with that, we have another projection to make. Let's take a look. Thabatcha, 9 of 12 polls reporting. I just heard there we go from our panel, Jay McDonald. We are projecting is elected in Thabatcha. 483 votes, leading 67 votes over incumbent Frida Martselos with 416 in Thabatcha. This was something we were hearing tonight from Jay from his scrutineers. Now with our numbers, 9 of 12 polls reporting in Thabatcha, we are projecting that Jay McDonald will take that seat. He will go to the Legislative Assembly with a margin of just 67 votes. And in Inuvik-Boot Lake, Denny Rogers, 201 votes, 7 of 10 polls reporting. He is taking it from incumbent Diane Archie, 144 votes, and Sally Ross not far behind with 124 votes. But CBC is projecting Denny Rogers will go to the Legislative Assembly for Inuvik-Boot Lake with 201 votes, 7 of 10 polls reporting. Frame Lake, 12 of 14 polls reporting. Julian Morse still in the lead, 201 votes, leading by 28 votes over Spencer Tracy with 173 votes. So in Frame Lake, 12 of 14 polls reporting. Julian Morse in the lead with 201 votes. And then we go to Great Slave, 7 of 12 polls reporting. And really tight race still, even with more polls reporting. Kate Reid, 127 votes, just 4 votes ahead of Stacey Arden-Smith with 123, and then incumbent Katrina Knockleby with 93 votes. James Lawrence has 19, but Kate Reid just very slight lead right now, lead of 4 votes with 7 of 12 polls reporting. And we are actually heading now to this district. Luke Carroll is standing by with Stacey Arden-Smith. Hey, Luke.
Hey, Meghan. Yeah, so I'm sitting here with Stacey Arden-Smith, candidate for Great Slave. We're at her home just on the shores of Great Slave Lake. It's a close race right now. Why do you think it is this close?
I think a lot of people want change, but as well, getting voters out has been a challenge for many of the ridings.
And why do you think that is?
I think people feel discouraged, definitely from the past 4 years. It's kind of that defeatist mentality is, what's the point? So we were urging people to go out all day long, and I know I wasn't the only candidate as well. I saw some signs out all over Yellowknife, so urging people to go out and vote because it matters.
Do you think it's partially that the issues feel very overwhelming for people? And if so, what do you think is kind of the biggest one that's facing the territory right now?
I don't think there's just one. There's numerous ones, and they all intertwine with one another. You can't have one without the other. So I think when we're talking about the big issues, it's economy, it's housing, and it's well-being of people. So addictions, mental health, that type of thing.
And this is something we were just talking about a little bit earlier. Tell me about the difference campaigning as an MLA compared to a city councillor.
Well, when I ran for municipal election, I really only knocked on 5 doors. It felt so overwhelming to try and knock on 20,000 doors. And this time around, it was just the Great Slave constituents. And so I was able to go through almost twice full stop. So it was decent.
And yeah, what's that experience been like, door knocking after, not having to experience that much of it?
Well, at first it was scary, but it was nice being able to go over to people's homes and have a chat with them, whether or not it was they cracked the door open just a bit or they welcomed us fully into their house and let us warm up. It was great. It was nice to be able to hear what they had to say.
And you got some supporters here who are watching. What's that been like? They're cheering for you here. So tell me, why are they here? Why do they support you?
They support me because they believe in the work that I want to bring forward. They believe in me, which is very important. When you're running any sort of campaign, it's nice to know that there's other people that have the same feelings as I do in regards to the North and what we want to see going forward to improve.
And just final question for you, the other candidates you're running against, do you think you guys had some very different platforms? Do you think there were some similarities there? Why do you, again, what is making this race so close? Is it the similarities or is it the differences?
I think what makes this close is I think people were just really torn by the different points of views. I bring a very Indigenous perspective to the issues because, addictions runs in my family, mental health runs in my family. When we're talking about housing and women that are in need of shelter, like these are things that I've had to experience myself. So I have a different outlook on how we're going to improve these in comparison to the other candidates.
Stacey Smith, candidate for Great Slave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luke. Okay, we have more results, more news to bring you right now. Let's throw up those boards. In the Sawtoo, Daniel McNeely knocks out incumbent Polly China, 12 of 14 polls reporting. This is not the first matchup between these two. Daniel McNeely, a former MLA himself, we are projecting he is going back to the Legislative Assembly as MLA-elect for the Sawtoo with 367 votes. Polly China, the incumbent, 225, and Delphine Dolly Pirot, 200, not far behind incumbent Polly China. But Daniel McNeely, we are projecting, will be your new MLA-elect, sort of new MLA-elect for the Sawtoo. In Inuvik Lake, Denny Rogers, 7 of 10 polls reporting, and he will be heading to the to the Legislative Assembly as your MLA-elect. We are projecting with 201 votes. He is also knocking out an incumbent, Diane Archie, who has 144 votes. Diane Archie, a former cabinet minister in the last Legislative Assembly, but now it'll be Denny Rogers taking that seat with 7 of 10 polls reporting. He has 201 votes in Inuvik Boot Lake. In Thavacha, Jay McDonald, 9 of 12 polls reporting. We are projecting he is going to the Legislative Assembly. He has 483 votes above Frida Martselos, who has 416. So a 67 vote difference between Jay McDonald and Frida Martselos, who is the incumbent. So we are seeing some incumbents fall right now in this election. And then in Great Slave, Kate Reid, this is still too tight to call, 8 of 12 reporting, but Kate Reid out in the front there, incumbent Katrina Knockleby trailing behind. And with that, we go to our Indigenous language broadcasters.
So in do see category we go gas in do satu go gas in do go gas Danny McNeely I gona no kiti. It goes so dictere see Inuvik akute go see Danny Rogers go kiti I go gona no go so kweba chakute go see Jay McDonald. It goes so dictere see teacher some back eventually go see Kieran to start gona no go so Yen no put kute go see Lucy Captain gona no I anake Twin Lakes great delay go Lisa similar go gona no goes just some back equasi Shauna Morgan goes a hatlu de go city the RJ Simpson go gona no kitty go see go la de see in do ye that chogwasi I ayune I kute Cheryl Yakalaya see I sinaki like ona kyono totomba wala go so that Stephen Van Delcy like ona onationo sonai goes on Ronald Banarusi like ona odiono sonai goes on Richard C. Lafferty C. Nakiono Latin I denke I go alberta in that gusi go la ditere that it no dite Shane Thompson he dite nakela ona odiono santai Because Mavis klimashosi like ono sonano ding. Because Sharon Allen si like ono honeno lotron. Because less right si lotron no slating. Dinner and Hilary Lafferty, Daddy Hilary dinner on si Santano Latin goes Josh Campbell si honeno lotron. And then do see etikere wikwa kake saying do see Dory Malagana and Kiko there.
Queen Marianne Daiwagan get Guata Nalikoganingat, Hay River North Me, RJ Simpson, Akimani Cook, 391 Nalikoganikakdok, Douglas Rock Michael Wallington, 107 Nalikoganinik, Hans Wiedemann, 82 Nalikoganinik, Greg McKinnon, McMeekin, 14. Inuvik Boot Lake Me, Denny Rogers, Akimani Cook, 201 Nalikoakakdok, Diane Archie, Douglas Rock, 144 Nalikoganinik, Sally Ross, Bingahu Rock, 124 Nalikoganinik. Inuvik Twin Lakes Me, Lisa Semler, Akima Rock, Hivoli Rock, 316 Nalikoganinik, Lenora McLeod, 127 Nalikoganinik. Umagmi Hivaliruk George Elner Sue 224 Naligoganinik, Frederick Blake Jr. Dougliruk 214, Richard Ross Jr. Naligog Hangichukuli, Satunan and Lannon, Danny McNeely, Akimaruk 367 Hivaliruk, Polly China 225 Naligoganinik, Delphine Dolly Piero 200 Naligoganikakdok. Nunakput me Akimani Cook, Lucy Kuptana, Hivali Rock 340 Naligoganinik. Vince Teddy, Douglas Rock 159 Naligoganinik. The batch Nunangatni J. McDonald, Akimani Kwak. Range Lake me Kieran Testart Akimani Kwak. The Halakyung William Firth Daigoganek took Naligoganinik.
Masi Dodits a chant a chant at the Gunyuji and Jaco Kakutinut or a chant at Juden Kai outside and Chantakat Quantak. Yeah, a chant at Inuvik bootleg a chant and Jacon liquid choked at Chi Ticket the liquid at Ejectan chant at Denny Rogers Van Shira Chantakai outside. I thakra chant and Jakataki Hique heard at cheat at Inuvik Twin Lakes Ganjet. Lisa Samler Edgetut, Gunura Chantak Edget, Cheek and Jakai outside a Kotsa chant at Sa Tugo and He, Chira chant at Danny McNeely, et and Eri Chantakai outside, Cheat Sakra Chankatuki, he Querchuk at G that Ehti Tat and Jerry Chantak Dakunut ahead the chan etretutins at George Nurse Chan 224 DE, Gehed the chant at Vint E, Frederick Blake Jr., Irish chant at 214 DE. Akuds a chant at Initliko and Thakra Chan Genjakatruan Tak I Thakra Chan Genjako liquid, Jukt at G Genjit at Thapa Char chant at J. McDonald Van Shira Chantakai outside Gunu, Gehed the chant at Nichinko and Range Lake, Ejakra Chan Kieran Testard, Irish chant at Vorit on Jik Inli, Irish Chantakai outside Ginu. Akuds a chant at Nichinko and Yellowknife North, Ejakra chant at Shauna Morgan Kai outside. Had the chant at Otechiko and Jukt at Jirat RJ Simpson Vajira Chantakai outside. I cook etter chanakucha jits a chicken jakataki he. Akuds a chant at Initliko and Thakra Chanji Genjako Kakutinut Ojiti Thakra chant at Gujat Takunura chant at Nihan inch it's a chant at Nahako Kwantak I Thakra Chanahakini Dihi. Kutia a chant at Trent at Tot at Air Chanchikuts a richanti teta and the chant at Quit Equandor Chanahuts at Nakihicha Shiri chant at Williamford Inu Masi.
Welcome back to NWT Votes. A big thank you, Masi Koyanaini, to our Indigenous language broadcasters. Those were the last results you'll get from them tonight, but of course, we will have full coverage of this election tomorrow as well in the Indigenous languages. We have another projection to make. Let's get to that. See who's headed to the MLA, to the Legislative Assembly as MLA, and it is Shane Thompson. He is the incumbent for Nahende. He was a cabinet minister, held several portfolios, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change during this season of wildfires. And we are projecting with 15 of 17 polls reporting that Shane Thompson will be heading back to the Legislative Assembly. 271 votes. Mavis Cleamichaud is behind him with 157. So Shane Thompson headed back for Nahende. 15 of 17 polls reporting. Tunaday Willaday, another projected election. Richard Ajerikon, also an incumbent, elected in a by-election in 2022, and he will be heading back for Tunaday Willaday. He has 124 votes, with 9 of 15 polls reporting over Nadine Delorme, who has 24. So Richard Ajerikon keeps his seat and is headed back to be MLA. And then in the death show, Cheryl Yakalaya, this is an upset. Cheryl Yakalaya, we are projecting, these are final results, 13 of 13 polls reporting. So Cheryl Yakalaya headed to the Legislative Assembly. Ron Bonnet-Rouge, the incumbent there, he is in third, and Stephen Vandell in second. But it is Cheryl Yakalaya who will take the seat for the death show, which 229 votes. Stephen Vandell, 178. Okay, some interesting results there, including an upset or two. Hilary, what does the panel have to say?
Upsets indeed. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, only 2 incumbents have won their seats in this election. Several were acclaimed, as we know, but one. We know that there are several cabinet ministers who you worked with, Diane Archie, Polly Chinna, who will not be coming back, Robert Bonnet-Rouge. The gap is closing a little bit between Sunny Blake and George Narisu. I want to get your thoughts, Jackie, looking at some of your co-workers not coming back to the assembly, the next assembly.
You know, I just want to let them know tomorrow's another day. And I know the feeling of, when I lost the last time, it was demoralizing. And you're wondering, what did you do wrong? But it's the people have spoken. It's time for a change. And that's what I was told. And, you just put one foot in front of the other. You keep doing what you're doing. You're still a champ in my book. You're still a former colleague of mine. And I just want to wish them all the best. I had really good, with Ron, had good working relationship. I want to congratulate Shane. I want to congratulate Richard Ajerikon and Katrina Knockleby. They're all my former colleagues. I work good with all of them. I have no issues with them. Media could say all you want and spin it, but at the end of the day, they're still people. And we still have to lift each other up in regards, because the North is a small place. And we're going to bump into them at the store, at the gas station. And, but, I'm really proud of all what they've done, especially Sunny. I worked with Sunny for a lot of years. When I was a speaker, I brought him up in through my committee. And, but all the respect in the world for him. And a shout out. I want to do a shout out to a young lady that put her name forward, Lenora McLeod. I see an upcoming superstar in Nunavut there for something going on. And congratulate Lisa. I'm excited for her and Lucy and everybody, that are coming down to Yellowknife to represent the people. And just the one last thing, I wouldn't be remiss if I didn't say it, axe the tax in regards to carbon.
So, we didn't get to a full conversation about the cost of living and the carbon tax, especially. I know a big issue of yours that you've raised in the legislature many times.
Save it for the Conservative
Yes.
Yeah.
Jane, I want to what do you think this says? And I should correct myself. I was completely wrong. There are 4, Lisa Semler and Rick Ajerikon, of course, R.J. Simpson, and Shane Thompson have won, the incumbents have won their seats. But what do you make of some of the high-profile cabinet ministers and Sunny Blake being, not winning a space back in the legislature?
Well, I agree with Jackie. Congratulations to everybody, those who put their names forward and worked a good campaign, those who will be going to the legislature and those who won't, because there's lots of other things to do in the communities, in the leadership roles as well. That is one area of leadership in the Legislative Assembly, but there's lots of other things to do. And I think that's important, you know, for people who have gained experience in the legislature to reinvest that experience and that knowledge and that network of people now that they know into continuing to serve the North. You don't just take that away and put it in a drawer and lock it up. That needs to be, we need to keep reinvesting you know, what we've learned at that level of government and back into trying to make the North a better place, because that's what it's all about. So congratulations to those who won and to those who didn't. I was surprised to see that Sonny Blake didn't come back. Sonny is a guy in the legislature you see with a suit on, sitting in that speaker's chair. But I'm friends with him on Facebook. Sonny is the real McCoy. Like, he is an outdoorsman. He is a man of the land. I'm always just amazed that, you know, that he could bridge such two diverse cultures. The work he did in the legislature and then the way he lives when he's back in his home community. It's truly amazing. So, interesting night, very exciting, and very happy for the people that will carry the banner and carry on and do the work.
Garrett, any final thoughts?
Polly was a terrible minister and probably deserved to have lost the seat, which the people have determined to be so.
Ouch.
Diane was a controversial minister who got removed out of HSS in the middle of the COVID scenario or situation, and I think the people made the right decision there as well. For the rest of them, congratulations. It's proven again that Shane Thompson is a political machine. The guy can get that vote to the polls. RJ, incredibly popular in his riding, and I believe the game begins for both of those two for the premiership as of
Oh, you think
now.
Shane might throw his hat in the ring?
Probably.
You think he has a chance?
Well, a little early to tell there, but I think he has as much of a chance as RJ.
Okay, interesting. You heard it there, Megan. Again, now that the polls are, the races are starting to come in, we're starting to think more about who might be on cabinet and premier. Megan, back to you.
Yeah, and we're certainly starting to see what our next Legislative Assembly will look like. And we have another name to add to this growing list. Let's bring up the latest results for you. There they are, Mackenzie Delta, George Narasu, 9 of 9 polls reporting. So these are final results for the Mackenzie Delta, George Narasu going to the legislature. Only a 14 vote lead, so very, very close there over Frederick Blake Jr., the speaker. He has 214 votes, and George Narasu has 228. Very close results there with 9 of 9 polls reporting in the Mackenzie Delta. Let's bring up the next set of results for you now. Hay River South, Vince McKay, 10 of 10 polls reporting. He knocked out incumbent Rocky Simpson. He knocked out Wally Schumann, also a former MLA, and Vince McKay will be your new MLA-elect, Hay River South, with 282 votes, 10 of 10 polls reporting, and he is only a 44 vote spread between Vince McKay and Wally Schumann, and Rocky Simpson not too far behind either. So this was certainly a tight race. We were calling it all night, and that's what played out. Frame Lake, Julian Morse, 209 votes with 13 of 14 polls reporting. So Julian Morse in the lead in Frame Lake, 209 votes to Spencer Tracy's 182 and Stuart Ray 169. But Julian Morse maintaining his lead with 13 of 14 polls reporting in Frame Lake, 209 votes for Julian Morse. And I do believe that we have Julian Morse standing by with our Natalie Pressman. Natalie, over to you.
Hi, thanks, Megan. Yes, I'm here with Julian Morris, candidate for Frame Lake at the Yellowknife Curling Club. Julian, you mentioned it's been a bit of a roller coaster with the polls here, so let's talk about that. What's that been like?
Well, it's been a roller coaster, Natalie. Yeah, it's been a difficult night, I got to say. I mean, at the outset, when the numbers started rolling in, actually, my friend who I had hired as a scrutineer informed me I lost. So I informed all of my friends, and it pretty much conceded the loss. And as you can hear, I mean, we're still getting results now, so it's been a bit of a wild night. It doesn't quite feel real yet, I must say. I don't, as far as I understand, I've got it at this point, but it's been a weird night.
Fair enough. If you do go to the legislature, as you say that it's looking like you might, according to your unofficial results, what will be the first thing that you do for Frame Lake residents?
I mean, I'm going to implement my platform exactly as I presented it to them as much as I can. And as I said to people at the doors, I'm going to advocate for these things. I'm one of 19 members, so I can't guarantee that I'm going to be able to achieve everything that I am setting out to do. But I will advocate for those things in the order that I presented them exactly as I told people I would.
How do you think that your experience on City Council has helped you in the campaign and would help you in the Legislative Assembly?
That's a great question. I mean, it's helped me in the campaign in terms of not being reactive. I think that there was a lot of noise about Tin Can Hill. I kind of did my best to kind of engage with them in an open-minded manner, and not kind of bend to the extreme levels of what they were asking for. I think that it has helped me immensely just in terms of knowing what works, and what works is door knocking. And I completely, as Stuart said earlier tonight, I was watching his interview. Like, I left nothing on the table or on the floor. I can't think right now what the saying is, but I left nothing undone. I mean, in the major neighborhoods that vote, I knocked every door twice. I hit every door in the riding. I made sure to hit every single door in the riding at least once. And yeah, I mean, it's a very old-fashioned and proven model. And the bottom line is I focus most of my energy on engaging with people face to face. And so I guess I learned that from years of from the 2 times I ran on council, that was how I did it. And I mean, the answer is probably getting a bit long, so I'll leave it at that. But I mean, the experience, it helps in a lot of ways. I think it's going to help more going into the job really than the campaign, frankly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much for this, Julian. That's Julian Morse, candidate for Frame Lake here at the Yellowknife Curling Club.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Okay, let's bring up those Nahende results again and get a quick recap. Shane Thompson, we are projecting will go back to the Legislative Assembly with 15 of 17 polls reporting. This was a crowded field in Nahende. Shane Thompson right now with 271 votes, a lead of 114 votes, 15 of 17 polls reporting in Nahende, and we are projecting that he keeps his seat. And we do have Shane right now on the line to tell us more about his 3rd term in the Legislative Assembly. Shane, thank you for joining me today. You know, our panel floated your name as a possible contender for Premier. Do you think that you're going to run for that role?
I've been asked. I can honestly say it's something that's been broached to me about doing it. It's an honor just being asked about it, but I have to make some phone calls tomorrow and talk to some leaders across the Northwest Territories before making that final decision, because it's a very important role, and you got to take it, look at all aspects of it before making a final decision.
Okay, I'm gonna say.
Okay, and Shane, can you just turn down? What was it, Jay, that you wanted Shane to turn down? Oh, it sounds like we can hear your TV, Jay. If you could just turn down the TV a little bit, we're getting a little bit of feedback.
But people want to go for a ride, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to say.
It's somebody else is on the call. It's not us.
Oh, it's somebody else on the call. Okay, we're going to try to sort that out. I will ask you the next question, Jay, as we try to sort that out. Shane, sorry, Jay is our producer, of course. It's late, folks. Shane, can you tell me your priorities when you're going back to the Legislative Assembly? You're certainly not new to this job, so where will you start?
Well, there's a number of priorities. I think education needs to be addressed. Minister Simpson started it, but we need to actually make education accountable for all students across the Northwest Territories. We need to treat our education the same as it is in our small communities or in Yellowknife. It's one of the challenges. Medical travel has been a huge issue that needs to be addressed. Also, NWT HSSA needs to be looked at. But, from the riding that I represent, one of the biggest things is about the highway. we talked about the need of chip seal and enhancing the road, just not Highway 1, but not Highway number 7. So those are some of the priorities that personally I will be looking at from our constituent side of things. But as for the territories, emergency measures have to be looked at. How we fire smart, our communities need to be addressed. So, moving forward, those are some of the things that I feel that need to be looked at and worked on. When we deal with the priorities, we have, 19 MLAs, we need to focus on 3 or 4, and that's it. And we need to focus our time and energy on that.
Okay, so bringing in that focus for the next Legislative Assembly. Shane Thompson, the incumbent for Nahende, thank you so much for joining me tonight. And we'll see soon about that decision, whether or not you run for Premier. We'll hold our breaths, but let's first go to another result. Let's bring up the latest district that we have results in for Yellowknife Centre. 12 of 14 polls reporting Robert Hawkins right now in the lead in Yellowknife Centre with 333 votes. Matt Spence, 243, Ambe Chenemu, 225. That is Yellowknife Centre. 12 of 14 polls reporting Robert Hawkins, a familiar face. Former MLA, 333 votes to Robert Hawkins. And I understand we have Luke Carroll standing by right now. Luke, tell me where you are and who you're with.
Hey, Megan, I'm here with Robert Hawkins. He's just getting a call right now. We're standing just outside his house. He has been busy picking up signs all evening, which he says is a tradition. So Robert Hawkins, candidate for Yellowknife Centre. Robert, you're in the lead right now. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's maybe some optimism, a bit of experience, and certainly some hard work, by all means. I think that was the key to where we are at this particular moment. Although the final results aren't quite in yet, we're leading and quite confident.
And tell me, you're freezing right now. You've been out all evening picking up signs. You say this is a tradition. Tell us about that.
No, thanks. So every election at the end of the evening, rather than sitting home, waiting for the results, watching TV, etc., it's a lot easier to get out, pick up the signs, keep busy for a couple hours. We've been picking them up since 8 o'clock once the work had ended in the context of getting people out to vote. And here it is after, I think, 11. And we still have signs to do. And so I've done this every single election I've ever been in. And like I said, it helps me process the challenge, gets me, to relax, be by myself in the context with a few people helping me pick up the signs. And a couple of volunteers have already gone home because they're cold and damp. That said, it's always been a tradition just to keep busy until the final results come in.
Gotcha. And yeah, again, it's not done yet. The race is still going, but you're in the lead right now. What message did you really focus on that you think has led you to this point?
Okay. Well, I think part of it has to do with being in touch with people and trying to get to connect with some of their issues and understand some of their struggles. I mean, my wife and I knocked on so many doors, and then we went back again, and we're trying to connect with people and understand who they are and what's really important to them. I mean, ultimately, we see people struggling here in the Northwest Territories. They're looking for a break. They need some help, and they need someone who could connect and understand that and deliver that message to the legislature. So it's a multifaceted problem, and I'm hopeful that I can be their guy. I'm looking forward to being the kind of community MLA I was before, who spent a lot of time getting to know their constituency and their people, and I found that that was the most effective way to do the job.
And again, you're a familiar face, you've been in politics for a while. Tell me, what have you learned from at least the last election to this one?
Well, the first thing I'm going to say, it's been an 8-year sabbatical since I was last elected, and so I think I've got some really fantastic experience. I started a business, I've run a charity, I've done a lot of community work, and I even sit on the co-op board. So I continue to want to be part of the community, and it's given me a different way of looking at problems. So if I return to the legislature, I have a completely different perspective than I did when I first got elected in 2003. And I think that'll help me add to the narrative, sometimes the stories we tell there, and being an MLA is like an ambassador of stories, right? You hear these challenges, whether it's business, whether it's family, whether it's housing, and you got to maybe articulate that in a way with the way that government has policy and how it rolls and folds out. And sometimes their policy, it's kind of like complicated because the rubber doesn't quite hit the road. So you have to translate that from community need to actually action.
Okay, Robert Hawkins, candidate with Yellowknife Centre. He's going to go back to picking up signs. Thanks for joining us, Robert.
Okay.
Take care.
Okay, thank you guys so much. Let's bring you some more results now, some late night results. And we're not calling these yet. Great Slave, Kate Reid has 200 votes. She is in the lead over Stacey Arden-Smith, a lead of 30. And incumbent Katrina Knockleby not far behind with 156 votes. This is 10 of 12 polls reporting in Great Slave. Kate Reid is in the lead. Stacey Arden-Smith and Katrina Knockleby, the incumbent, not far behind in this riding. Frame Lake, Julian Morse, 209 votes. And Spencer Tracy has 182. This is 13 of 14 polls reporting. We heard Julian Morse with his electioneer getting results. We have 13 of 14 polls reporting right now, and we do not have those same numbers from NWT elections. Julian Morse is sitting in the lead with 209. Spencer Tracy, 182 in Frame Lake. Too close to call right now. All right, we have Natalie standing by. Natalie, you are with an outgoing MLA. Tell me what you guys are talking about tonight.
That's right, Megan. I'm here with Kevin O'Reilly, the MLA for Frame Lake in the 19th Assembly. Kevin.
And the 18th.
And the 18th, that's for sure. What does it feel like to pass on the baton for Frame Lake?
Well, you know, it's mixed feelings. I need to spend more time at home, so but I'm quite happy with the results here in Frame Lake and several of the other races. So, you know, I can only wish the best for the 20th Assembly.
What are you hoping to see from this next representative of the Frame Lake riding?
Well, it's a very diverse riding, and you know, I would hope that there's going to be a strong focus on housing, you know, the climate crisis, healthcare, education. Those are, you know, people's most immediate needs, I think, in many ways. And I have every confidence that the, you know, Julian's going to do well on those things. So.
I'll just ask you, we're at the curling club here. Why did you decide to come here?
Well, you know, I really tried to purposefully stay away from the election this time around. I didn't endorse any candidates publicly. So, but, you know, any of them that wanted to meet with me, I was more than happy to do that. And I met with 4 of the 5. So, and happy to pass along any advice, insights, whatever. And, you know, I can only wish them all the best. It takes a lot to put your name forward, and it's a lot of work. So, you know, really glad that 5 people decided to put their name forward, and it was a tough race.
Well, I'm sure you have lots to share from your 19th and 18th Assembly experiences. That's Kevin O'Reilly, MLA for Frame Lake in the 18th and 19th Assemblies.
Thank you, Natalie. That's the CBC's Natalie Pressman in Yellowknife. Okay, there are some districts that we just are not being able to call. Let's bring them up. Let's go over the numbers that we have right now so you can get all the information as we have it. Let's bring up those districts. Starting in Yellowknife Center, 12 of 14 polls reporting. Robert Hawkins right now in the lead with 333 votes. We did just hear from him. He has a lead of 90 votes over Matt Spence, 243, and Ombe Chenemu, 225. In Frame Lake, Julian Morse, 209 votes. Spencer Tracy, 182. Stuart Ray, 169. This is 13 of 14 polls reporting in Frame Lake. And next we go to Great Slave, 10 of 12 polls reporting. Kate Reid, 200 votes. Stacey Arden-Smith, 170, only a 30-vote difference there. And then incumbent Katrina Knockleby, 156 in Great Slave. Let's take a look at the women MLAs who are heading to the Legislative Assembly. Caroline Wozniak, we knew she's acclaimed. Shauna Morgan in Yellowknife North is a new face to the Legislative Assembly. Lucy Kuptana for Nunakput, who we spoke with earlier. Janeway Allen Armstrong for Monfouy, also acclaimed, as is Caitlin Cleveland in Cam Lake. Lisa Semler in Inuvik Twin Lakes heading back to the Legislative Assembly. And Cheryl Yakalaya for the Dutcho, a new face for the Legislative Assembly in that district. 8 total, because we are calling Great Slave not who is going to come out on top, But the top 3 contenders with not many polls, I believe 1 poll left, are all women. So we do believe that it will be a woman heading to Great Slave, heading to the MLA for Great Slave. We just don't know which one yet. So with that, let's head to our panel and get their thoughts on what we've learned so far in this marathon of an evening. Hilary?
A marathon for sure. Lots of close races. Jackie, I want to get just quickly your thoughts looking back on the night that was.
No, I just wish all my former colleagues that weren't elected all the best, and I look forward to the 20th Assembly doing some good work, and hopefully they don't come up with all of the wildfires and everything that we had to deal with in the 19th. So, but all the best, and thanks CBC for having me here. Thank you.
Hey, we're so happy to have you. Thank you for being here. Jane, quickly.
Generally feeling optimistic about the 20th Assembly tonight, and thank you for inviting me again on this panel, and nice to meet Garrett, and nice to see my friend Jackie Jacobson again, and to my friend Michael Miltenberger, I guess, but nobody's going to be catching up with our 5-term record anytime soon.
Garrett, lastly, you, just quickly.
I've been saying it all night, experience matters, but I'll say this. Do your jobs, make some changes this Assembly, or you'll be out of a job like a bunch of of the people you just saw. So the people are watching. There's a lot of expectations. Do something.
Well, Jackie Jacobson, Jane Groenewegen, Garrett Cochran, thank you so much. It has been an absolute pleasure speaking with you over the last several hours. We really appreciate your time, your experience, your commentary, your opinions. Thank you for sharing them with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Megan, with that, we head back to you.
Okay, thank you, Hilary. Thank you, panelists. Just want to echo what Hilary said, and a big thank you for all of your time this evening. We know there's some change going into the next Legislative Assembly. There are 7 incumbents who won, who are going back, retaining their seats. There are 6 incumbents who lost, so they'll see some new faces in those 6 seats. We have the 3 acclaimed, of course, and then we do have the 1 incumbent who is trailing. So, different faces going to the legislature. Let's take a look at all of the results again, starting with the Decho. Cheryl Yakalaya, with 13 of 13 polls reporting, these are final results. Cheryl Yakalaya for the Decho is heading to the Legislative Assembly. Frame Lake, Julian Morris in the lead with 209, but 13 of 14 polls reporting, so we're not projecting that one yet. Moving on to the next district. Great Slave, Kate Reed in the lead with 200. Stacey Arden-Smith not far behind with 170. 10 of 12 polls reporting there. 2 close to call right now for us. In Hay River North, R.J. Simpson, 398 votes. We projected him a long time ago that he would be going back to the legislature. 8 of 10 polls reporting in Hay River North. In the south of Hay River, Vince McKay, 10 of 10 polls reporting. These are final results. Vince McKay is heading to the legislature for Hay River South. In Nuvik-Boot Lake, it's Denny Rogers, 9 of 10 polls reporting there. In Nunavik Twin Lakes, Lisa Semler, an incumbent, keeping her seat, 7 of 8 polls reporting. She will keep her seat in the Legislative Assembly. Cam Lake, we know Caitlin Cleveland has been acclaimed. In the Mackenzie Delta, George Narasu, 9 of 9 polls reporting, taking out incumbent Frederick Blake by just 13 votes. In Montfleet, Jane Whalen Armstrong has been acclaimed. In Nahende, Shane Thompson, we just talked to him, 307 votes, 16 of 17 polls reporting. He keeps his seat, a former cabinet minister. And in Nunakput, Lucy Kaptana, 340 votes, 12 of 12 polls reporting. So these are final results for Nunakput, Lucy Kaptana taking that seat. In Range Lake, Kieran Testart, 326 votes, 16 of 16 polls reporting. He is heading to the legislature. Danny McNeely heading back to the legislature in the Satu. 14 of 14 polls reporting. Final results. And in Thabacha, Jay McDonald knocking out another incumbent with 12 of 12 polls reporting. Jay McDonald is your MLA-elect, Thabacha. And Tunaday Willaday, Richard Ajarikon, the incumbent, will be taking his seat back. And in Yellowknife Center, too close to call, 12 of 14 polls reporting, but Robert Hawkins is in the lead. Yellowknife North, Shauna Morgan is heading to the legislature there for you. And in Yellowknife South, Caroline Wasnick has been acclaimed. And that is all, folks. Those are your results. As many as we have. There are still a couple of races that we will be waiting to call, but thank you so much for joining us tonight. It has been a whirlwind of a ride, and I'm so happy to be able to be here with you. You have been watching NWT Votes. Get some sleep, and we will see you again tomorrow with more reporting on your new Legislative Assembly. I'm Megan Roberts.